No, chill.
Radio check 1 2 1 2.
Is Beano Nation in the building? Put those emojis in the chat.
That's my gang.
Woke up still grinding, dreams don't drift away. Blueprints on the table, paint the path my way. Stacks on my desk, starting out the day. Ideas lifting off, I'm the engine in play. Caffeine in my bloodstream, rhythm in my chest. I move with intention, never settling for less. Life is a chessboard, I'm 3 steps ahead. While they fade in dreams, I'm making that bread. Overload, but I still ride slow. Pressure on me, but it helped me grow. Overload, feel it head to toe. Still I hold the line when the storms all blow. Overload, but my heart won't break. Turning all the weight in the moves I make. Overload, yeah, the climb I take. Building up a world only real ones make. They talk 9 to 5, but I'm breathing the grind. Turning losses into lessons, polishing the mind. Phone buzzing, daily opportunity speaks. While they chase distraction, I'm reaching my peaks. Call me Alice, world weight on my spine. Every scar earned, made the blueprint refine. While they binge on noise, I'm ready for the climb. Turn a single spark to a fire divine. Numbers in my sight, dreams in my hands. Building every day with deliberate plans. I'm the pulse of the hustle, the strength in the night. Turning every shadow into sun with light. Overload, but I still ride slow. Pressure on me, but it helped me grow. Overload, feel it head to toe. Still I hold the line when the storms all blow. Overload, but my heart won't break. Turning all the weight in the moves I make. Overload, yeah, the climb I take. Building up a world only real ones make. Weight on my shoulders, but I walk with grace. Turning every try to a milestone place. Late night stack, but it sharpen my aim. Every sacrifice fuels a fire in my veins. Overload, but I shine through rain. Turning all the pressure into gold from pain. Overload, but I still remain. Standing on the grind that became my lane. Overload, man, I won't let go. Every setback just another push to grow. Overload, watch the empire glow. I was built for the heights, now I rise, now I know. Overload, but I move with soul. Holding every dream like it's made of gold. Overload, but the truth I hold. I was built for the climb, now I rise and unfold.
If we agree with you, then we're black. We love black people. If we find ourselves in opposition to what you say, all of a sudden we hate ourselves and we hate black people. Who died and left you that kind of authority with your opinion? Who? Tell me.
Let them talk, baby. They don't know what we got. I see them running in the streets, chasing after crowns, trying to be the loudest voice in every single town. They say I'm moving backward cause I like to serve my king, but they don't know the peace and the power that you bring. I'll keep your plate hot, I'll keep the house still. I love to be the soft place where you can heal. They call it slavery, I call it devotion. While they drowning in a sea of mixed emotion. If loving you right makes me a pygmy, then baby pick me. I'm exactly where I wanna be. I don't want the headache, I don't want the fight. I just wanna be the one holding you at night. I follow your lead, I let you take control. You got the vision, baby, you got my soul. Call me a pygmy, call me a fool, but I'm the one winning while I'm lying next to you. They brag about the grind, but look inside their eyes. Tell me what you find. Microwave dinners and a pillow full of tears. Trading a family for a couple lonely years. I respect your frame, I respect your mind. Yeah. A masculine love is so hard to find. I ain't competing, I ain't keeping score. You handle the world, I handle the door to your peace. Let the new age girls argue on the net. Let them argue. They haven't found a man that they can trust yet. I'm catering to you, body and soul. Playing my position, playing my role. You protect, you provide. I submit, I reside in your kingdom. You got the vision, baby, you got my soul. Oh, call me a pygmy, call me a fool, but I'm waking up happy, lying next to you. Let them stay mad, we'll stay in love. I'm your pygmy forever.
No, chill for what? Who is this nigga?
You said the mask don't fit me, but it's glued to my name. Every headline paints me wicked, 'cause I won't think the same. You see trouble when I walk in, like I set this place on fire. But I just talk like my granddaddy, and it cuts through all your choir. You want me to be the villain, so I'll be that. I'll be that. Not a shadow that you're killing, I'm the storm that's fighting back. I'm not a villain, I'm a super villain. That's a fact. You wrote the script, I'm just living, so I'll be that. I'll be that. You get nervous when I'm smiling, 'cause you know it's not for show. I won't bow to your approval, I'm too grown to play that role. You throw labels like they shackles, try to change what I believe, but your story got a plot hole when I'm the one that's free. You want me to be the feeling, so I'll be that. I'll be that. Not a shadow that you're killing, I'm the storm that's fighting back. I'm not a villain, I'm a super villain. That's a fact. You wrote the script, I'm just living, so I'll be that. I'll be that. Call me heartless, call me crazy, call me every name you know. All that talk just turns to power, watch my true colors glow. You want me to be the villain, so I'll be that. Not a shadow that you're killing, I'm the storm. Fighting back. I'm not a villain, I'm a super villain. That's a fact. You drew the line, I crossed it grinning, so I'll be that. I'll be that.
If they push me to a certain point, I'll mess up in front of everybody.
Yeah,
I have the capability to just go there because it's just the way I'm brought up. Like, I never, ever, I never ran from anything because I didn't have nobody to go to. I've always had that, where I'm going. Home to get me. Ain't nobody there.
I'm from a place where the guns go blast. Smart moving silence, the loud don't last. The bar match the bite and the blood run cold. Where the soldiers wear scars and the cowards get sold. Friday night getting tight, got that Henny in my cup. Fresh fit, new kicks, pound the gas, roll it up. Same pistol, same block, new whip, different place. Keep that fire on my lap in case the sucker show his face. Pay the price, yeah, I had to get right. Moving through the mud, now the vision looking bright. If you really from the light, then you know about the life. Seeing ghosts in the dark, but I'm stepping in the light. Pay the price, yeah, I had to get right. Moving through the mud, now the vision looking bright. If you really from the light, then you know about the life. Seeing ghosts in the dark, but I'm stepping in the light. Oh, we grind hard just to stack it up slow. Blacked out, tinted coupe, chrome wheels low, bro. Eyes low, heart cold, but my brain stay up. Never weak when it's beef, the shit stay stuck. Uncles in the grave, cousins stuck in the trap. Was kids in the whip, now we grown with the strap. I ain't tripping, I'm just talking, reminiscing and shit. You can smell it in the air for the drama get lit. Used to be the kids in the backseat, dodging all the rain. Now I'm in the front, trying not to show the pain. Wonder if my uncles will be proud of what I made, or if they tell me watch your back, they sharpening the blade. It's a cold world, but I got my hoodie on. Hard to trust a soul when you're building on your own. Yeah, I had to get right. Moving through the mud, now the vision looking bright. If you really from the life, then you know about the life. Seeing ghosts in the dark, but I'm stepping in the light. Pay the price, still pain. Yeah. Moving through the mud, now the vision looking bright. If you really from the life, then you know about the life. Seeing ghosts in the dark, but I'm stepping in the light.
I said, let him cook!
Yeah. They know my name, they know my word. They still throw dirt. Ha! Yeah. Been a decade in the game, 10 plus in the rain. Bit a kingdom from the mud, turned up on them every string. They were lurking on my chat, screenshotting every frame. Took my slang, took my cadence, then pretended we the same. They was praying for my downfall while they copying my blueprint. Yeah. Every topic that I touch turn the trend, now they abuse it. They be whispering in DMs, plotting on me, try to stop my rise. Try to ice me out the story, still I burn right through the lies. Yeah. I'm the people's champ, I'm the angry man. Say my name, steal my style, never steal my hands. They can throw that dirt, still I rise again. You can hate my goods, but watch me rant. I'm the people's champ, I'm the angry man. They can twist my words, never twist my stance. Blame me for it all, I just take that chance. Cause they know I'm best, they don't want my shine to last. No, they was flagging every upload, sending shots behind the scenes, posting pictures of my family, trying to crack me at the scene. Drop my name up in the phone, type my address on the site. Thought the fear would make me vanish, told them pussies catch a flight. Every time they build a boycott, I just build another brand. Turn a smear into a slogan, made a movement out to slander. Understand, they be calling me the villain, why they quoting every line. I'm the mirror that they scared of, so they cover up my life. I'm the people's champ, I'm the angry man. Say my name. They can steal my style, never steal my hands. They can throw that dirt, still I rise again. You can hate my goods, but watch me rant. I'm the people's champ, I'm the angry man. They can twist my words, never twist my stance. Blame me for it all, I just take that chance. Cause they know I'm best, they don't want my shine to last. They gon' blame me for the storm, blame me for the rain, blame me cause I said it. Just remember we ain't the same. They gon' cry about my tone, but they study every take. You can hate on every move, you can cancel what I made. I'm the people's champ, I'm the angry man. Say my name. They can steal my style, never steal my hands. They can throw that dirt, still I rise again. You can hate my goods, but watch me rain. I'm the people's champ, I'm the angry man. They can twist my words, never twist my stance. Blame me for it all, I just take that chance. Cause they know I'm best, they don't want my shine to last. Cause they know I'm best, they don't want my shine to last. Yeah, they know I'm best, and that's why they hate the man.
You are now rocking with the best. Support the angry man. Support the stream.
Son of her raising no delay. This life don't wait, so I'm on my way. Feet hit the pavement, sunrise grinning. Life's a roulette and I'm always spinning. Pocket full of dreams, got the world in my hands. No map, just vibes and unplanned plans. Sweat on my brow, running wild through the city. Clock ticking loud, but it ain't that gritty. Spill my soul like ink on a loose leaf. Every breath a moment, no time for grief. Full throttle, no brakes, I'm flying. Every second counts, ain't no denying. Living for the now, future can't wait. No rewind button, I'm on in my face, yeah, yeah. I'm on in my face, I'm on in my face. Heart like a drum, beating fast, no pause. Life's a movie real, I'ma start with no flaws. Cup running over, champagne fizz. Every day's a blessing, yeah, that's the biz. Jumping over hurdle, life's track and field. Every scar story, every wound's healed. Skyline's my ceiling, dreams stretch wide. Riding shotgun with hope, joy by my side. Full throttle, no brakes, I'm flying. Every second counts, ain't no denying. Living for the now, future can't wait. No rewind button, I'm on in my face, yeah, yeah. I'm on in my face, yeah, yeah. Roll the dice, let it ride. Moonlit nights, ocean tide. Every heartbeat, a melody. Life's a stage, I'm a symphony. Slow it down, feel the sound. Breathing deep, feet on the ground. Then a spark, hit a call. One more run, give it all. Full throttle, no brakes, I'm flying. Every second counts, ain't no denying.
What's good? What's going on? We are back in the building yet again. Shout out to everybody. I think we got the issue we had yesterday fixed today because I can see everybody in both chats. I can see the vertical and the horizontal chat. Shout out to everybody that's in here. I see my man Cajun Darkfire in the building. We got Treese in the building. We got my man Space 420, Dolomite 19. Let's see, my man Andrew set it off. Shout out to Andrew. Chris J in the building. Legacy of Rain. Malcolm D. See who else we got. We got Bootzilla in here. UFO Kamikaze. My man Malika in the building. See, we got a whole lot of Beanos in the building. So tonight we got quite a few topics to talk about. Now, I'm gonna just go ahead and let y'all know. I don't know how long the show is gonna be. I try to do 3-hour shows conservatively, but I was watching a video with DDG, and they was asking DDG how he makes his money as a streamer, right? And he was talking about the ads, right? And so as he's talking about the ads, he's basically saying that they do a stream for a certain amount of time. It's going to have a certain amount of ads on it, so it's going to add up. And this is the reason why streamers, when you look at the DDGs, the Dean the Great, and AB, I Show Speed, Kai Cenat, they don't do podcasts. They stream. Like they go live, and they'll stay live for 12 hours straight, 24 hours. Like they just stream, right? And so I remember listening to him talk about that. And I'm like, yeah, I be trying my best to do like 3-hour streams. And for the past, I say 3 streams. For the past 3 streams, we've done like 5, if not a little over 5 hours. And the reason why is because I got a goal of 50 contributors. I'm not stopping this stream until we get 50 people. You feel what I'm saying? There's 2 things I'm not going to do. One, man, it's really raining outside. Jesus, it's coming down. You know what's funny? I was sitting here setting up the show, and I heard it coming down, right? And if there's one thing I know about my wife, she do not like being out in the rain, especially if it's raining hard. She is not trying to be out there in no storm, right? Watch this.
Hello?
Hey.
I got my hands up. I can't. Hello?
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So I'm on my show right now, but I was in here setting up the show, and I heard it start raining really hard. Soon as it started raining really hard, I heard that garage door opening.
Why are you telling my business?
You beat the rain home, huh?
Think I didn't? Like, yeah, driving. Tokyo drifted into the block like somebody was chasing me. Like 5-0 was on my ass.
You was keeping the updates from old boy, wasn't you?
Yes, I was. And he said there's a tornado, a possible tornado touchdown in Durham.
What's his name?
Ryan Hall, y'all.
So Ryan Hall don't know what he's talking about.
Yes, he does. Because he told me I had 15 minutes to get my biscuits home, and I was here in 13.
All right. I'm glad you're here and safe. Let me get back to the show.
Okay.
Bro, it started raining hard as hell. I heard that garage door open. I said, yeah. She like, bro. She be getting the hell back to the crib before it get drastic out there. You feel me? But going back to what I was saying, there's two things I'm not going to do, right? The first thing I'm not going to do is we not going into the topics. I got three main topics. Now, of course, the main topic is Brittany Renner. She is just a wealth of amusement and content, right? So we definitely not going to talk about Brittany Renner yet. We also got to talk about how these light-skinned women are under attack on the internet right now. I told y'all it was about to start. So we're going to talk about these light-skinned women and how they under attack right now on the internet, and they finally deciding to clap back. And we're going to talk about Jim Jones and this comment that he made about not letting no women sit in his section, in his VIP section, which was a wild statement. But we're going to talk about all of it. But we ain't going to talk about it until we get 20 people. You feel what I'm saying? And we ain't going to stop this show until we get 50 people. You feel me? So we in it for the long haul, my friends. We in it for the long haul. I got my topics right here. You feel what I'm saying? I got see that right there. That's my workflow right there. You see that? I got my look. That's Angryman. The Angryman daily workflow. You feel me? You see the Beano symbol or whatever. But we got a lot to talk about. We got a whole lot to talk about. And I know what some of y'all gonna think. You're like, oh man, why you gonna go in on Brittany Renner? Like, bro, Brittany Renner does it to herself. You feel me? She do it to herself. You feel me? James Brown said, so white folks have done enough that it's time to get at that. I don't know what that means. I really don't know what that means. Shout out to my main man, EJ Johnson, for being the first sponsor of the show. That boy is good. Yes, sir. That's what we talking about right there. Shout out to EJ. He said, gotta show love before I clock into work. As always, salute to you, AM, and the rest of the Beano Nation.
That's that Beano energy.
Shout out to my man, EJ Johnson. I appreciate you, bro. Always coming through, showing love. And by the way, anybody that drops 100 or more will get this same celebration. That boy is good. Yes, indeedy do. But going back to what I was saying, I thought about what DDG was talking about, and I'm like, look, if them young bucks can do 24-hour streams, I can keep this joint rocking until we get 50 people. That's the goal. You feel me? That's the goal. And if I got to stream like a streamer to do it, that's what we gonna do. You feel me? Because we got to get the channel back to where it used to be as far as contributors. We used to get 50 contributors with no problem, you know. So we got to get back to that. But there's a few things I want to talk about before we even get into any of the topics. Oh, I'm tripping. I'm really tripping. I'm really tripping. Give me 1 second, you guys. Let's get this up here. Yeah, I'm really tripping because I completely forgot about the fact that we got to take care of business before we even get started, before we get into any of this. You feel me? Before we get into any of the topics, we got to get down to business real quick. To all the new people in here, contrary to popular belief, my show is completely free. It's free to come in and listen. It's free to come in and chop it up. It's free to hang out in the chat room. In fact, the only thing you got to do to be able to chat in the chat room is be a subscriber. That's right. And you can chat for free. However, this show is made possible by people in this room. There's 2 numbers we need, which are the 2 numbers I mentioned earlier. 20 people gets the show started. That gets us started into the first topic. 50 people makes the show complete. The show doesn't kick off until we get 20 people to contribute. That's what we call the Beano roll call. And no, you do not already have to be a Beano. Contributing gets you in the Beano roll call, and that's what makes you a Beano. The fact that you're supporting this show, the fact that you're one of the 50. Whatever you can do counts. Whatever amount, $5 counts. It's not about the amount. It's about being one of the 50 that help to keep this show going. And everybody in the roll call, your message will be read first before we even start the first topic, because we want to hear from you guys first. We want to hear from the supporters. Now, if you want the full treatment, 500 or more makes you a super sponsor. And if you become a super sponsor, you'll get your own personalized light up screen like I just showed you. We'll celebrate the hell out of you. 100 makes you a sponsor like my man EJ. Either one, your message gets read the second it lands, and we light the screen up like the 4th of July. And anytime during the show, if you drop 50 or more, I will stop what I'm doing immediately and read your message on the spot. In other words, anything 50 and above, I'm reading the message on the spot, and we celebrating you. So it's 20 to get started. 50 completes the show. Let's get the first 20 in. In fact, before we get into any of the small talk or any of the shooting the shit, I want to give a shout out to last night's Beano MVPs. On the last stream, there's a couple of Beanos that went above and beyond. The Real Squoosh, 2 donations, $120. And then we had Bethany Logan, 123, 2 donations, and even 100. She dropped 52 times. Both $100 sponsors. That's the standard. And that's what's keeping the show going. So salute to them. I really appreciate them for coming through last night and supporting the show.
It's time to shout out last night's Beano MVPs.
Shout out to the Real Squoosh and shout out to Bethany. So we got a lot to talk about. Let me start. Let me start with this, right? I see Dr. Thunder in the building. Shout out to Dr. Thunder. What's going on, fam? Let's start with this. This is something that has been on my mind for a minute. In fact, let me see if I can find the video where they're talking about this first. Let's see. Let's see who. Wow, it's really coming down out there. So let me pull this video up. This video, I saw this video one day and it triggered the crap out of me. I'm talking about it. As soon as I saw it, it just immediately pissed me off. Now, I'm going to play it so you guys can hear it. Now, keep in mind, I don't have anything against this content creator. I just don't agree with his take on this. He seems to be pretty knowledgeable, but this crap triggered me, and I'm going to tell you why on the other side of the video. But let me pull this up real quick.
I'm going to start like I do every week and tell you who Cyclops is not, okay? He is not a joke, Adrian. He is not some little middle manager. He is not the fucking hall monitor of the X-Men. He is not some cuck-ass fucking Boy Scout. That is not who he is. He's not Xavier's little lackey. Scott Summers, Cyclops, is a badass motherfucker. When the X-Men and the Avengers fight, you know who fights Captain America? Cyclops. He goes toe-to-toe. Let's talk about his origin, though. It's not no happy story, dude. He was a child. He was flying in a private plane with his dad. His dad was a test pilot. His mom, his younger brother, Alex, was really good on the hula hoop. Out of nowhere, an alien spacecraft from the Shire Empire just popped up, materialized. It attacked the plane. The plane's going down in flames. They had one parachute. This is like some Titanic shit. So you got the whole family, you bring one parachute. They strap the boys together to this one parachute, throw them out the fucking plane. Parachute catches fire. They hit the ground. Scott survived, but he was put into an orphanage out in Omaha, Nebraska. The orphanage was no regular orphanage. You know who ran this? Nathaniel Essex. He realized that Scott possessed an elite mutant DNA, and Sinister spent years psychologically torturing Scott, running experiments on him, trying to turn him into a weapon. I think that his powers, one of the powers that people are most confused about in the comics, it's red blast coming out of the eye. So what does everybody think?
Laser.
And I'm so glad he said this. I'm so glad he said this because we're going to address this laser thing. We're going to address this.
Something hot, heat, right? It's burning things. It looks very similar to Superman's heat vision, right? But it's not. Cyclops does not shoot heat out of his eyes, out of his visor. They don't melt metal. They don't start fires. They don't burn. It is an extreme concussive kinetic force. It's like being hit by a Mack truck that's traveling at like fucking Mach 3, dude. It will shatter your body. Where does it come from, though? In Marvel's physics, his eyes don't generate the energy. Scott's eyes are
portals to some dimension they call the punch dimension.
Interdimensional portals.
Yep.
Whenever he opens his eyes, he opens a gateway to some completely different universe that is filled with infinite kinetic energy. Fans call it the punch dimension.
The punch dimension. The punch dimension. The punch dimension. Who's the god of the punch dimension? Is it the Hawaiian punch guy? Is he like the god of the punch dimension?
And the reason why he needs the visor and the ruby quartz is because of that brain injury. He can't turn the portals off. They're always on. The visor he wears doesn't focus his power. It actually restrains it.
Right.
So that's why when he takes it off, it's so much more powerful. It's like a fucking weapon of mass destruction, bro. Trump would be trying to seize his eyeballs. You know? You can't have him have a weapon. He's blown the skin off of a fucking Sentinel. He's ripped the Hulk in half, dude. He's literally blasted a hole through the side of a mountain with this shit.
Yep.
It's not just these optics. It's not just the portals. He's also a peak motherfucker. His mind's like a fucking supercomputer when calculating battles and strategies and shit like that.
Yep.
Dude, on the field, he's got some shit going on up here that Cap wish he had. Scott's power is
his mind is like a supercomputer when it comes to strategies. When it comes to strategies. When it comes to strategies, his mind is like a supercomputer.
They did not manifest peacefully. He would have these blinding, agonizing migraines.
Okay, can you guys see me? Press one if you guys can see me. Okay, I had to switch internets. One of my internets just went down. Hopefully both don't go down. It's really storming out there. It's like really bad. It's like really, really bad out there. One thing that catches my attention almost immediately with what he's saying, right? Because can somebody answer this question for me? If Scott Summers, Cyclops, if his brain is like a supercomputer when it comes to strategy, fighting, and warfare, why does the X-Men be getting their ass kicked? If Scott is their leader, if he's their leader, and his mind is like a supercomputer to the point where he's a master strategist, how would the X-Men ever lose a battle?
Cyclops is not. I'm going to these optics. It's not just the portals. He's also a peak motherfucker. His mind's like a fucking supercomputer when calculating battles and strategies and shit like that. Yep. Dude, on the field, he's got some shit going on up here that Cap wish he had. Scott's powers, they did not manifest peacefully. He would have these blinding, agonizing migraines, sometimes that would literally leave him incapacitated. And then Sinister, posing as this director, Mr. Milbury, he called himself, he realized what was happening. He actually designed the first ruby quartz glasses for him. But Sinister kept his identity secret because he was trying to study Scott from the shadows and shit, you know, fucking anal probe him at night and shit, tickling his balls while he's sleeping, you know, all kinds of fucking inappropriate things. And the psychological abuse at the orphanage, though, became too much, and Scott ran away. He ends up in New York City. He's near a construction site. Scott's walking by. A massive crane malfunctions, and it drops a fucking payload of steel beams directly toward a crowded street. Scott rips off his glasses, fires his optic blast, fucking blasts the steel out of the way, saves everybody's life. Instead of cheering, the crowd turned on him. Sure. Fucking mutant, look at you bitch ass mutant. They formed an angry mob. They're, you know, making makeshift weapons. Maybe they got pitchforks and shit, you know.
Blast number 2.
There you go. Yeah. Unfortunately, he didn't do that. So he escapes the mob, but he doesn't escape the streets. He is targeted by someone else who recognizes how valuable he could be. His teenager with this fucking damn near nuclear ability. Jack O'Diamonds, he's a mutant criminal. I never heard of this bitch. He violently beat him as a teenager and forced him into servitude. He'd abuse him, forcing him to blast open vaults and security doors. The climax of this came when Winters forced Scott to help him break into a heavily fortified nuclear power plant. He forces Scott to break him into this power plant. He's trying to steal radioactive materials. Xavier's been tracking these massive spikes in kinetic energy caused by Scott's eyes. Xavier tracks Scott to this nuclear facility. He shows up in person. He frees Scott from Jack's control. So Xavier then pulls Scott aside. He offers him an alternative. He's like, dude, reach under this blanket and see what I got here, and you can join the X-Men. No, he didn't say that. He offered him a different alternative. He explained to him what mutants really were, and he gave him that custom ruby quartz visor to permanently control these blasts. So he gave him invited him in, gave him an alternative route, and gave him this tool to really help control the chaos. Brings him into his estate, Westchester, New York, the X Mansion. So that's why Scott is so loyal to Xavier and Xavier's dream. Every other adult that Scott's had in his life either fucking died, tortured him, beaten his ass. Xavier was the first person to look at Scott and treat him as a person and not just a weapon. He gave him a home. He gave him a purpose. He gave him all this shit. But in return, he had to become this soldier in this never-ending war.
Right.
There's a trade-off. You want to stay here keep getting beat by the fucking diamond guy or having Sinister fucking play with your taint? Or do you want to come over here and run my fucking army of mutants and, fight this war? Scott's got some family drama, dude.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, let's start with just Jean Grey. When she died.
Okay, so I'm not going to play the whole thing. I watched the whole thing. I watched it. I watched the whole thing, and when I say it triggered the crap out of me, like even this one, because there's a bunch of these guys. I'm gonna break down why they do this with Scott. I'm gonna break down why they do this with Cyclops.
I'm gonna start like I do every week and tell you
Cyclops is not who you think he is. But let me explain. I'm sure you recognize this character. I mean, it's Cyclops, the leader of the X-Men, one of the stars of X-Men 97. He's a character who's been in Marvel Comics for over 60 years. And obviously, we all know him as Scott Summers. But he hasn't always been Scott Summers. That's right, friends. Long before the days of James Marsden's Cyclops in the live-action movies, before his original appearance in the X-Men animated series, and thankfully, long before he, Wolverine, and Marvel Girl were in a throuple, we let this happen, and we have to live with this every day. Going all the way back to his first appearance in X-Men issue number 1, after Professor X calls all of the X-Men together.
So it's been no one realized. Reminder that Cyclops does not have heat vision. There's this common misconception regarding Cyclops and his powers, even to this day with stuff like X-Men 97 coming out. So let me give you the truth about Cyclops' powers. Cyclops does not have heat vision. It's a lot more complex than that. Cyclops' mutant powers is that his eyes are basically portals to a whole different dimension with nothing but kinetic energy, and it's called the punch dimension. Every time Scott opens his eyes, he releases raw kinetic energy.
Now let's get the first thing out of the way. Cooper Hoffman is not a superhero looking.
All right, we gotta talk. I hate to agree that I hate the Odyssey because it's
so. Before I do this, let me give my disclaimer. If there are any X-Men fans in here that are fans of Cyclops, you might want to get out of here right now. Because I'm about to say the realest shit that has ever been said about Cyclops from the X-Men in the history of geekdom, fandom, comic bookism, whatever you want to call it. Because I'm sick of it. So let's get into this. Let's get into this, right? Let's get into this. Let's get into this BS, right? So first and foremost, this thing where they say, oh, his eyes are not shooting lasers. Yeah, because that would make too much sense. That would make too much sense. No, it can't be that he has heat vision or his eyes are shooting lasers. No, his eyes have to be a portal to another fucking dimension. Now, I shouldn't even have to explain why that's stupid. I shouldn't have to explain it. And I guarantee you, I'm willing to bet you any amount of money because I don't know. I don't know for a fact because I have not dug into the old comics. I guarantee you this is some retcon shit. I guarantee you this is something they came up with recently to try desperately to make Scott Summers' character more interesting. I bet you any amount of money. I bet you originally, I would love to have a conversation with Stanley. I bet you originally it was just lasers. I bet money on it. I bet money on it. Now here's the problem for all of you fanboys, right? I told you, Scott Summers is the Boy Scout character, right? He's a Boy Scout character. He's like Superman or Captain America. He's a Boy Scout, he's a Boy Scout character. I keep wanting to say Scott because his name is Scott, right? And so what you have to do is you have to figure out a way to make him interesting because all of the other X-Men are infinitely more interesting. Let's be real. Scott is boring. He's boring. So what you have to do is you have to make him a tactician. You have to say, oh, well, his brain is like a supercomputer when it comes to being a tactician. When it comes to military strategy, then why is it I've seen the X-Men get their ass handed to them more than any other group in comic history? Now, don't get me wrong. I'm an X-Men fan. But how many times have we seen the X-Men get their ass kicked? If Scott was such an awesome strategist, how the hell he didn't see Magneto ripping Wolverine's adamantium out? How he didn't see that coming? If he's such an awesome strategist, if he's such an awesome tactician, let me tell you something. You want to know who an awesome tactician is? Batman. He's an awesome tactician. Scott, no. I'm sorry. You can try that bullshit. And I'm going to tell you why they do this. There's an ultimate reason why they do this because you'll never see anybody. Let me not do that. I don't want to spoil it for you guys. I don't want to spoil it for you guys. I want to spoil it for you because I'm going to give you the ultimate reason why they do this. And it is what it is. So let's go back to this whole punch dimension concussive blast, right? Nothing can ever just be regular. It can't just be lasers. Can't just be heat vision. It has to be, it's concussive blast. And so kinetically, it's not really burning anything. It's just punching things. Then why is it I've seen numerous times where Scott blasted something and because of his blast, it caught on fire? Can anybody answer that question for me? I want somebody to answer that question for me because they keep trying to push this shit, but the only problem is the continuity, it contradicts them. Why is it I've literally seen him blast something and it caught on fire? Am I the only one? Am I the only one? So somebody tell me that I'm wrong, please. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm just imagining it. Tell me it's a Mandela effect. Tell me I'm tripping. I've seen him shoot a sentinel and it cut it in half and there was fire on it. Where did the fire come from? Right? But now he's supposed to be some sort of military strategist, tactician. I can't tell. I really can't tell. I really can't tell. As much as the X-Men have gotten their ass handed to them, they've gotten their ass handed to them by Apocalypse. They've gotten their ass handed to them by numerous individuals, numerous threats. If he's really that type of tactician, then there should be they should have some sort of advantage. He should be able to look at the entire X-Men team and estimate whose gifts are best in the situation. If you really want to be honest, when you look at the amount of talent in the X-Men, because the X-Men have multiple teams. They've got gold team, blue team. There is so many of them with so many different skills, so many that they train and hone. They be honing their skills and doing everything. So why is it with a leader like Scott, why isn't the X-Men unstoppable? They should be unstoppable. With all of the gifts that they have, they should be unstoppable with Scott as their leader. But every time, and it's only been happening recently. Nobody, look, let me tell you something. When I was a kid and I used to watch the X-Men cartoon, the classic 90s X-Men cartoon, I remember no one gave a shit about Cyclops. Nobody. Nobody cared. Nobody. No, I don't ever remember anybody as a kid wanting to be Cyclops. Do you? Do any of you remember anybody wanting to be Cyclops? She said, Storm is smarter than Scott. Storm's a better leader than Scott. If you really want to be honest. If you really want to be honest. Knowledge said he was my guy, bro. Lies. 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 I don't believe you. I'm sorry. I don't believe you. You need more people. I don't believe you. But besides the glaring fact that his blast should be lasers, it just should be. I don't care what nobody said. It should be lasers. It should be. This whole concept of his eyes are just portals to another dimension, and the dimension is filled with concussive energy, and that is such a crock of bullshit. It's just a desperate attempt to make a boring, uninteresting character interesting. That's all it is. That's all it is. Now, let me tell you the reason why they're doing this. Because if you've noticed, this defense of Cyclops, this defense of Scott Summers has been happening more recently. I'd say in the past 10 years or so, right? In the past 10 years or so, you see more and more comic book fans talk about y'all don't realize who Scott is. You don't realize how ill he is. You just don't know. He's a tactician and he's this and he's that. I'm going to tell you why they do this. Because if you notice, The only people that really do this is white boys. The reason why they are going out of their way to try to convince you of the relevance and importance of Scott Summers is because in the X-Men universe, he represents white male masculinity. He is the typical white boy. You got a lot of characters in there. Gambit is not the typical white boy. He's a Cajun, right? Wolverine is not the typical white boy. Out of all of the characters in the X-Men, Scott Summers, he represents the typical classic white boy. The only thing they didn't do is what they did with Captain America, which is give him blonde hair and blue eyes. This is the reason why they're going so hard in the paint to make him relevant, because why does he have to be the most boring character in the X-Men? He's a white guy. He has to be the leader. It's just like the NFL with all of the white quarterbacks. He has to be the leader. He has to be more interesting than everybody else. So now I get to sit back and watch on the internet as all of these white guys come out of the woodwork to defend Scott Summers, which really is just them defending themselves. Because what else has happened lately? What else has happened in the past 10, 20 years? What's happened is white men have found themselves losing their grip on their dominance and losing their grip on their relevancy. This is part of the reason why a lot of them hate Miles Morales so much. I've seen numerous white guys on the internet going in on Miles Morales. Why does he have to be stronger than Peter Parker? Why does he have to have more powers than Peter Parker? Peter Parker is the OG Spider-Man. So y'all think I don't be peeping that crap. And I said I'm not going to say nothing about it, but I be peeping the racial undercurrent, the racial overtones in the comic book world. I be peeping that shit. Young Ripper might not call that shit out, but I'll call it out. I'll call it out. I'll call it out for what it is, because to be truthfully honest, there's a lot of people that you know, they'll use DEI and they'll use forced diversity. They'll use that as the excuse to hide their racism. And look, I'm going to tell you the God's honest truth. I don't like the fact that Sam Falcon became Captain America. But the reason I don't like the fact that Sam became Captain America is because I believe Sam, as a black man, should have his own identity. He shouldn't have to step into the role of Captain America. He shouldn't have to step into the role of Steve Rogers, Captain America, in order to be relevant. He should have been relevant as Falcon. But don't think for 1 second that I don't know that a lot of you white guys that will use that argument, the real reason you don't like him being Captain America is because he's a nigga. You think I don't know that? You think a lot of us don't know that? We peep the shit. And the only reason why I say that is because it isn't just one time you get upset when they race swap. You get upset every time. Every time. Even with a character like Miles Morales, who isn't Peter Parker. He's a completely different Spider-Man. Y'all have a problem with that. Ain't nobody else gonna call it out, but I'll call it out. I'll call it out. And this Scott Summers, this Cyclops crap, this is just an extension of that bullshit. Cyclops is lame. He's corny. If he was interesting, I would say he's interesting. But he's not. Not even a little bit. Gambit is interesting. Wolverine is interesting. Kurt Wagner is interesting. Hell, Cable is interesting. Scott, no. And how she chose him over Wolverine, I have absolutely no idea. Because if we being totally honest, Scott Summers, for all intents and purposes, is an entire bitch. He's a whiny teacher's pet bitch. But he represents the white boys on the yacht with the polo shirts. Right? So you have to figure out a way to make him interesting. You have to figure out a way to make him relevant. You got to figure out a way. But he sucks. He sucks. And before anybody tries to say to me, "Oh, Angryman, you being extra for no reason." You being extra for no reason. Why are you trying to put race in the comics? You know that has no place in there. You know that don't got no place in there. Oh, it doesn't? It doesn't. Okay. Let me show you something. Let me pull up something. Let's see. When it comes to the X-Men show from the 90s, what ethnicity would y'all say that Bishop is? What ethnicity would y'all say that Bishop is? Is Bishop a white guy or a black guy? He's a black guy. Right? He's a black guy. Okay, so then answer this question for me. Why did they give him hair like that back in the day? Why did they give him hair like that back in the day? Somebody answer that question for me. Why did they give him hair like that? Watch everybody make an excuse. I'm gonna tell you why they used to do that. Because back in the day, whenever they gave you a black character, they had to make sure the character wasn't too black. Now, don't get me wrong, they'll give you, you'll have some characters that have the typical black features. You have Luke Cage, you got Static Shock. Why haven't we got a Static Shock movie yet, y'all? Why haven't we got a Static Shock movie yet? What is that about? Why haven't we got a Static Shock movie? Why haven't we got a Blue Marvel movie? Why haven't we got an Icon movie? What's going on? See, my whole thing is this, and I'm not, trust and believe, I'm not trying to race bait. But every single time I see these guys jump up here trying to defend Cyclops, it is the most annoying shit in the world. Like, it's okay for him to suck. It's okay. It's okay. Cyclops, Scott Summers, doesn't have to be the best at everything. He doesn't have to have a super interesting source of his power. He doesn't have to be the best tactician and the best strategist. It's okay for a white guy to lose. It's okay for a white guy not to be the best at everything. It's okay. It's okay. Every time I hear anybody talking about Cyclops or a concussive blast, I just want to throw up in my mouth. Like, shut up. He shoots lasers from his damn eyes. Period. He shoots lasers. Dazzler and Jubilee shoot fireworks. And Wolverine's bone claws are fucking stupid. See, ain't nobody else gonna say this shit. I'll say it. That's how we got here. This is why everything sucks now. Because of all of this coloring outside of the damn lines and shit. Wolverine was a much more interesting character when we didn't know his origin. And guess what? We never needed to know his origin. We never needed to know that his name was James Howlett. We didn't need to know that goofy shit. And again, originally, he didn't have no damn bone claws. And for everybody that want to say, well, yes, he did. He just didn't know that they were in his arm. To everybody that's saying he had bone claws, then explain to me why back in the day when he was fighting with Steve Rogers, when he was in that war fighting alongside Captain America, why he didn't have his bone claws then? Why he didn't have his bone claws then? Here's another question. When that scientist put the adamantium in Wolverine, how did the adamantium make his claws flat? If they were bone claws, how did the adamantium make the bone flat? Oh yeah, there's the other part too. I'm glad you mentioned that, Burn King. He also ended up getting adamantium poisoning. The same guy that has a healing factor. Same guy that has a healing factor that can heal from pretty much anything. Adamantium poisoning. I'm just tired of the bullshit, man. I'm just tired of the bullshit. Instead of just coming up with great stories, instead of just focusing on good storytelling, they got to keep trying to add new shit. They got to keep trying to pour syrup on shit and call it pancakes. You feel me? Like bro, there's a reason you have omega level mutants. But if you let these jackasses in the comic industry keep going, by the time they get finished, every single mutant is going to be an omega level mutant. The way he just got through describing Cyclops, he's on his way to being an omega level mutant. His eyes open up to portals, concussive blasts that could cut through a mountain and shit. Dumbest shit I ever heard in my life. And the craziest thing about it is you got comic book fans that will repeat that dumb shit like it makes sense. You know one thing you never gonna hear me do? I'm never gonna read a comic, look at it, know that it's pure bullshit, and then repeat it like it's law. Well, you know, the reason why is because the concussive blast and his eyes open to a portal. You know what they just did recently? You know what they just did recently? For the history of comics, everybody knew that Mystique gave birth to Nightcrawler. Everybody knew Hazazel, a demon, not a mutant, a demon, was his father. Everybody knew this. Everybody knew Hazazel and Mystique got it on, bumped uglies, and as a result, created Nightcrawler. That's the reason why Nightcrawler can teleport. He's teleporting from here into the demon realm, back into the real world, which is why the teleportation gives off this really bad smell. That's the smell of fire and brimstone, right? We all knew that. You know what they did recently? You know what these fucktards did recently? This is what they said. They said Nightcrawler's real origin was Mystique was in a relationship with a chick. And Mystique used her mutant morphing ability to turn herself into a guy. And while she was a guy, she had sex with this woman, was able to produce sperm, got the woman pregnant, and that's where Nightcrawler came from. He doesn't have a father that's a demon. His father isn't Hazazel, which makes no damn sense, but at the end of the day, Nightcrawler doesn't have a father. He has two mothers. That's in the comic. Do you really think that I would sit here and get into an argument? If somebody told me, you know, Hazazel is Nightcrawler's father, do you think I would argue them down that it's not true because of that bullshit they just put in the comics recently? They are hell-bent on destroying every single thing. Every single thing. And everybody has their own agenda. The white boys want to make Scott more important than he actually is. All of the women want to try to diminish every guy's role in comics so that they can try to erase all of that crap. And it's disgusting. It's disgusting. It is the most sickening thing I've ever seen in my life. It's the most disgusting, sickening thing that I've ever seen in my life. By the way, y'all, we got 11 people. We still need 9 people to get to the first real topic. This is just me ranting. This is just me ranting. Like, this is just me ranting. You feel what I'm saying? This is just me, you know. And to the white guys that watch my channel, don't get offended because I'm saying this. Don't get offended because I'm saying this. If you want to, if there's a character that you want to die on the hill about, there's so many characters you can pick. There's so many characters. Don't, bro, that Cyclops argument, don't die on that hill. Because it's not worth it. It's just not worth it, fam. Like, there's so many characters that are infinitely more interesting than Scott Summers. Don't die on that hill, bro. Don't die on that hill. Like, trust me, I'm not. Look, the same way you're not, the same way you shouldn't be trying to defend the same way you shouldn't be trying to defend Scott Summers like that. I'm not going to defend Black Lightning. I'm not. I'm not going to defend Black Lightning. Not going to do it. Not going to do it. Not going to do it. He's not going to do it. I refuse. I refuse. Said, bro, if the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles were human, what race would Raphael be? That's a difficult one. That's a difficult one. Raphael would probably be either black or Italian. He would be either black or Italian. One of the two. One of the two. Michelangelo would definitely be a white boy. And not just any type of white boy. He'd be like a California surfer dude type white boy. You feel what I'm saying? I can't even. You know what? You brought up Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I can't even though The Last Ronin is a good book, I can't really get into it. I can't really. It's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking, bro. It's heartbreaking. Like, just the idea of 3 of them, like, I refuse. And the reason why I refuse to accept it is because, yeah, it's too dark. it's too dark. You feel me? Like I can't accept it because the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are such a big part of my childhood. It's such a big part of my childhood. So I refuse to accept that. I refuse to accept it. I refuse to accept it. Yeah, it's way too dark. Yeah, well, of course, Splinter would be Japanese because he was Japanese before he became a rat. Yeah, I watched Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle versus Batman. Yo, that fight between Shredder and Batman, that was awesome. I ain't even going front. I ain't even going front. That fight between, especially if you know Batman's history. If you know Batman's history, like, look, let me tell you something. I don't know if people know this or not, but Batman, when he be fighting thugs, like, he'll just do regular stuff. He'll just do regular fight moves and stuff, right? Whenever Batman fights somebody that he knows is a martial arts master, that's when you really see Batman get busy. Like, cats don't even realize. Like, the moment that Batman realizes that you got some martial arts skills, that's when he really get in his bag, bruh. That's when he get on his Bruce Lee thing where he be like, all right, let's get it. Like, bro, hell yeah, he had to get focused. Shredder ain't no chump. Aruko Saki ain't no chump, bro. Like that. Homeboy vicious. And I don't care what nobody said. I don't care how many Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movies they come out with. I don't care how many they come out with. They will never top the OG. They will never top that first movie. They'll never top it. That first movie is legendary. And it's crazy because they haven't been able to do that since. You feel me? That Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, that's a cartoon that should not have been able to be adapted into a movie. And the fact that they did it and it looked so realistic is crazy. And it's only because they did it right. You know what I'm saying? It was like, yo, we're not just gonna do this. We're not just gonna put some people in a turtle costume. We're gonna make sure the people we put in these costumes actually know martial arts. We're gonna make sure these folks know how to get busy. And shout out to Ernie Reyes Jr. I seen somebody post a picture of Ernie Reyes Jr. on social media, and they wrote in the caption, "It's a shame how many people don't know who this is." And I'm like, what you mean it's a shame? I think they said something to the effect of, it's a shame that we don't know who this. I was like, who is we? Who the hell is we? If you're a Gen Xer and you don't know who Ernie Reyes Jr. is, you should be ashamed of yourself. Like, straight up and down. I remember watching Rush Hour 2. And they, he was like, yo, Don Cheadle was like, guy named Zang. He said, y'all better get down there before I do, because I'm going to go down there with my boys and tune them up. When they showed up at the hotel and they said, hey, and the dude was behind the counter and he took off running, I was like, is that Ernie Reyes Jr.? I spotted him immediately. I was like, that looked like Ernie Reyes Jr. I remember, bro, it's been a long time ago. There was a TV show that he was in when he was a little boy. and he used to be kicking people's behinds. I'm talking about he was a little kid. Do y'all remember that show? See, now I'm talking to all my Gen Xers. You feel me? Now I'm talking to all my Gen Xers. Do y'all remember that show? You said The Electric Knight. Is that what it was called? Bro, let me tell you something. Hold on. Let me put this on the screen. I got to put this on the screen real quick. Fam. I keep telling people this, and people just don't get it. Surf Ninjas, in my opinion, is a cult classic, bruh. Surf Ninjas is a cult classic. You got Ernie Reyes Jr., you got Ernie Reyes Sr., you got Leslie Nielsen as the villain, Tone Loc. Man, I ain't gonna be able to go back to the hood after this. Brothers on Surf. Shout out to Tone Loc. You feel me? And Rob Schneider. Bro, that movie, if you haven't seen that movie, fam. If you haven't seen that movie's funny as hell. That movie was ahead of its time, bro. Like, they had a restaurant, and the restaurant got burned down. and the cops were there, and there was two surfer dudes standing there waiting to be served. And he's like, yeah, you know the food is good because, you know, cops. It's like the freaking restaurant's burned. Bruh. Legendary movie. I had the VHS. I used to watch that joint over and over. I'm talking about I used to rewind that joint and watch it over and over and over. That shit was hilarious, bro. Yeah, bop, 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 bop around. What was Leslie Nielsen's name? General Chi? I think his name was General Chi or something like that. Yeah, but that joint was hilarious. That joint was funny as hell, bro. Yeah, Rob kept thinking he was the chosen one. He said, yo, Rob Schneider's hilarious. Rob Schneider is hilarious, and he's conservative too. I don't know if y'all seen him lately. He be talking cash shit. Rob Schneider's awesome. Said they always said Scott was one of the most powerful mutants. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna entertain this foolishness. I'm gonna entertain this foolishness real quick. So let me ask you this question: what can Scott do with the Scarlet Witch? What can Scott do with Magneto? What can Scott do with Iceman? Like, I could go down the list, bruh. I can go down the list. There's so many freaking mutants that would clean Cyclops' clock. Like, beat his ass, bruh. And y'all know it. So I don't know why we keep playing this game. I don't know. I don't understand it. I don't know why everybody wants to keep capping about Cyclops. Exactly. Havoc could beat his ass. Havoc will beat his ass. Now, you want to talk about Omega level mutants? Magneto ain't no joke. Iceman ain't no joke. Scarlet Witch ain't no joke. When you start talking about Omega level mutant, Storm ain't no joke. Like, what are we talking about? But yo, we got 5 more people, you guys, before we get into the main topics. Here's something else I came across. Here's something else I came across. Let me click on this video real quick.
Tony Yayo and Uncle Murder. To all the young guys out there who are trying to get in hip hop, this is who you don't want to be. You do not want to be these two guys. And then Uncle Murder talking about taking his kids to fucking Disneyland. You think that's a flex? You're supposed to get credit for taking your kids to Disneyland? You don't get credit for that. Me and my man took kids to Disney.
Okay, so let's stop right there. I don't know who keeps digging this guy up because he was buried years ago. I don't know. I don't know who keeps digging him up out of his grave and reviving him. Like he was buried so freaking long ago. Like it, and it's like, bro, so I don't know why Rumpelstiltskin decided to jump on the microphone and start talking some smack. But all of this came about because Tony Yayo said that 50 be looking out for his people. And he said Jay-Z don't look out for his people, and started basically saying that Jay-Z don't look out for Bleak and all of that crap, right? So Memphis Bleak went on the Breakfast Club and he called Yayo and them dependents. And he said, Hove don't got to look after me because I'm a grown man. And grown men take care of themselves. And he was like, y'all dependents or whatever, right? And then Bleak went on to say, you don't never see these guys with their family. You don't never see them, taking their kids places and this, that, and the third. So Rumpelstiltskin, Benzino. The only reason that Uncle Murder said that he took his kids to Disney World is because Memphis Bleak was saying that you don't never see them dudes with their family. That was the only reason he said that. He wasn't saying that because he wanted a cookie. He wasn't saying that because he wanted recognition, which, by the way, I'm glad he brought that up. I'm glad he brought that up because it opens up an even bigger conversation, because I really don't want to, don't this dude look like the Leprechaun? Y'all remember that horror movie back in the day, The Leprechaun? Don't he look like the Leprechaun? Anyway, this opens up a bigger conversation that I would just love to dive into. Let me ask you guys this question. He said that basically, matter of fact, I'm gonna rewind it a little bit so y'all can hear it again.
You're supposed to get credit for taking your kids. Then Uncle Murray talking about taking his kids to fucking Disneyland. You think that's a flex? You're supposed to get credit for taking your kids to Disneyland?
Yes, absolutely. You know what? There's a conversation that has come up numerous times on the internet. And the conversation goes like this. You shouldn't get credit for raising your kids. Oh, you take care of your kids? Congratulations. Do you want a cookie? One day I thought about it. I really thought about it one day. I said, in this day and age, with all of these YNs running around here, in this day and age, with all of these young boys that ain't got no direction, ain't got no sense, they running around here cutting up, acting a fool. These girls is out here being fast and loose and twerking and all of that stuff. Can we still say that raising your kids ain't a flex? Because I personally think in this day and age, it absolutely is a flex, but only because there's so many of you that ain't raising your damn kids. But it goes even deeper than that when we talking about fathers, right? Why do we think fathers shouldn't get recognition for being fathers? Like, I had to think about it for a second. Like, I had to pause for a second. Like, wait a minute. Why can't I get a cookie if I did my damn job? See, this is the reason why Father's Day sucks. This is the reason, because guess what? You're never going to hear somebody say that to a woman. If a woman jumps out there and says, you know, I pay my bills by myself and I put clothes on my kid and I raised them and I did this and I did all by myself, right? You know what everybody gonna say? Yes. Yeah. In fact, I saw a woman on tonight's conversation. I should have saved that video. I saw a black woman on tonight's conversation that went nuclear. When I say she went nuclear, some of y'all probably saw that clip. They had said something about single mothers and she lost her shit. Did y'all see that clip? Oh, matter of fact, hold on. Let me see if I can find that clip. Let's see. It gotta be it. I think it went viral. Tonight's conversation, single mother. Oh, I'm probably not going to be able to find it. I'm probably not going to be able to find it. But there was, oh my God, that woman was heated. When I tell you she was in the audience going off, she was upset about that thing. And it goes back to what I'm trying to say, which is men we don't get to brag about the shit we do right. And in my opinion, I think that's foul. I think that's jacked up, because at the end of the day, if I don't do what I'm supposed to do, you're going to talk shit about me. So if you get to talk shit about me because I didn't do what I was supposed to do, why can't I get some recognition when I did what I was supposed to do? Let me see if I can find this clip. Woman goes off about being a single mother. Oh my God, I should have saved that video. I should have saved that video. I should have saved that video. She was heated. I did this by myself. She was going off. I said, look at this here. Let me see. Let's see if I can find it. That dude, Ace Metaphor, he's making a killing off of tonight's conversation. Y'all know that, right? And all it is, you know what it is? Tonight's conversation is just a new version of Derek Jackson. Y'all know that, right? If you go and look at any of their advertisements, and they show the audience is mostly female. And the only reason those women go to that show is because it's the same reason they watched Derek Jackson, because he's going to say all of the shit they want to hear. He's going to say all of the things that they want to hear. He's going to say all of the stuff that gives them their confirmation bias about all of their BS. That's all it is. That's all it is. And I ain't gonna tell you no lie. I be seeing clips from tonight's conversation. And some of the clips I see from tonight's conversation with the women, you know, they be in the audience and they hand them the microphone and they ask a question, and then dudes be sitting up there and they start giving they virtue signaling answers and shit. And I swear to God, every single time they open their mouth and start talking, it makes me want to throw up in my mouth. Every single freaking time. And you know what I say? You know what I do? I sit back and I look at tonight's conversation. You know, the first thing that comes to my mind, I said, this is what happened, because that show is a direct result of the Black manosphere not getting their shit together. That's what that is. That is the result. That show is the result of niggas in the Black manosphere not being able to get along. That's what that shit is. That's what that crap is. That's what it is. Yeah, Mo Love, you know the one I'm talking about. Was it tonight's conversation? Because I can't remember. I just saw the clip and I kept it moving. I saw the clip and I just kept it moving. Let's see. Tonight's conversation. Woman goes off. It probably ain't gonna come up. Nah, it ain't gonna come up. And I ain't gonna tell you no lie. You know the one dude on tonight's conversation that used to get on my nerves the most? Hold on. Can anybody guess? I want y'all to guess. Do you want to know who the one dude on tonight's conversation used to get on my nerves the most? And you know it. And you know this, man. Oh my God. That nigga. Woo-wee. Oh my God, bruh. Bruh. And look, does anybody have that clip? Does anybody have that clip? Somebody give me the link to that woman going off, because I want to, like, somebody give me the link. Please, I need that link. I need that link. I need that link. Somebody give me the link. Does anybody have the link? Because it would be greatly appreciated. And by the way, y'all, we still need 5 people to get into the first topic. We still need 5 people, you guys. Let's see. John Doe said, I'm curious why you didn't like Trip. Because he a simp. Because he a simp. Because he's a simp. See, I'm gonna tell you what dudes be doing nowadays. This is the new hustle. The new hustle is they never go full Derek Jackson. That's the new hustle. Like, they'll get up there, and this is what they'll do. It's like the 80-20 rule. It's like the 80-20 rule. They will correct women or tell women about themselves in a what's the best way for me to say this? Because they don't really check women. They don't really check women. Like, they'll tell women about themselves in the nicest way possible 20% of the time. The other 80% of the time, they kissing women's asses. That's what be going on. That's what be going on. So 20% of the time, they're checking women in a nice way. And the other 80%, they telling the women what they want to hear. Because that's all you see. Like, when I first started seeing them do that show, all I saw was guys sitting on the stage, and you can watch them while they're talking. They'll start talking. Those guys on tonight's conversation, they'll start talking, and you can look them in their face and tell they're trying to figure out how to say what they're saying without offending any of the women in that audience. Which is, you know, it's like having big feet walking through a landmine. You feel what I'm saying? How do you sit up there and not offend a room full of black women? It's damn near impossible, right? But they figured out how to do it. They sit up there and they be walking on eggshells. They be walking on eggshells. The women be in the audience saying some of the most ridiculous shit I've ever heard in my life. So nobody has the clip. Not nobody. Not a single soul has the clip. By the way, we at 16 people. We still need 4 people, y'all. We still need 4 people. But yeah, going back to what I was saying, why can't men get recognition? Like, why do we have to live in a world where men are not allowed to get recognition for what they do? I don't get that. Like, what's wrong with a dude getting recognition? Does anybody disagree? If you do something right or you do something good, people should acknowledge it. I mean, we acknowledge people in every other aspect of life, like regardless of what you do. Hell, we've gotten to the point where we give people trophies just for participating. Have you ever noticed how all of the progressive new age way of thinking applies to everybody but men? Have you ever noticed that? Because if you base it off of participation trophies, every dude is supposed to get a happy Father's Day, even if he's a deadbeat dad. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Every guy, regardless of whether he's a good father or not, is supposed to get a happy Father's Day, a salute, a pat on the back. Based on the logic of participation trophies, because he definitely participated. He participated when he had sex. He definitely created a life. But I don't know if y'all noticed that or not. All of that progressive new age way of thinking, they'll apply it to everyone and everything until it comes time to talk about men and what is expected of men. The moment they start talking about what is expected of men, all of that new age progressive crap flies out the window. Y'all ain't noticed that? In fact, I'm going to show you just how bad it is. Right? I came across this video, which I found to be really interesting. Watch this, and you guys will get you guys should get a real kick out of this. And by the way, we only need 3 more people, guys. You'll get a kick out of this. To all of the fellas in here, prepare to be triggered. Check this out.
I had a man ask me, why don't relationships last like our grandparents? And there are all the obvious answers that people have already covered. Women couldn't open bank accounts and couldn't own homes and do things basically without the permission of a man until like the 70s and 80s. And so that's the very surface level reason. But I'm going to tell you a story. I'm going to answer this question by telling you a story. I had an aunt who was very small, like 5'1", 5'2". She was also very thin. And she came home from work, she dropped her check off, and then she goes to the grocery store because she needs to feed her husband and the kids. She goes to the grocery store and she's like, F it, I'm just going to steal this pack of meat. I think it was like a pack of steaks or something like that. She's like, I'm about to steal this. And she goes to put it under her shirt. And no BS, she looked like Troy trying to steal that bag of chips in Crooklyn. Like the styrofoam from the meat is like sticking out the sides of her shirt. Like, it's very obvious that she's trying to steal. And the security guard stops her and he's like, I can't let you do this. And she was like, I don't know the hell you talking about. He like, come on now. And she puts up a tussle. She fights the security guard and the security guard calls the police. She gets arrested. She goes to jail. She calls her husband from jail and she says, hey, I need you to come get me out of jail. They didn't lock me up. Come get me. Go get my check out the top drawer, cash it, and come get me. And he goes, we need that money. I'll see you on Monday. She gets out of jail on Monday. She comes home. She walks through the front door. She goes to the bedroom. She comes back to the front and shoots that man in the leg. And she says, when I tell you to come get me from jail, you come get me. And get your ass in the car and let's go to this hospital. They sew him up, and they were together for 60 years. Or something like that, 55, something like that. They were together till they both died. I bring this story up to say, now, while not all of your grandfathers were being shot, I almost guarantee you they were getting their asses beat. Like, I can almost guarantee that the longevity of your grandparents or great-grandparents' marriage was very likely connected to when that man came up them stairs drunk, or from his other woman's house, or from playing pool, or just being negligent as a husband and a father. He was getting his ass beat. For surely. Oh, for surely. Hot grits, oil, belts. There was a lot of tussling happening in your great-grandparents' houses and in your grandmother's houses. Yeah. Were men domestically violent? 100 trillion% since the beginning of time. But the stories that your grandmothers are not telling their grandsons is that, yeah, I was beating your granddaddy ass. That's why this marriage lasted, because when he came back from Miss Tabitha's house up the street, where that other little boy lived who looked a lot like my son, yeah, I was beating his ass. When we got back from church and I saw him looking at Miss Claudine with the daughter that looked a lot like my daughter, yeah, I was beating his ass. Your grandmothers aren't telling you that, but you know who they're telling? Their daughters and their nieces and their granddaughters. So y'all keep saying you want marriages like your grandparents, but y'all don't want to get y'all asses beat like your grandfathers did. And that's the problem. Oh, and also y'all like to murder your wives. I forgot about that part. That's another reason why they're not lasting, because you're fucking murdering your wives and the mothers of your children. Your grandparents' marriage lasted because your grandmother didn't get fucking murdered by your grandfather.
To all of the women in here, let me say this. There's this thing going around YouTube where everyone says Angryman hates women, right? That's the rumor. That's the jacket that they try to put on me. After seeing that video, do you now understand why I talk the way I talk? I'm talking to the women. Did you see how in one breath she justified women beating their men in order to keep the relationship together, while simultaneously judging men for being domestically violent? Did you see her just do that? And not only did she do that, she did it with a smile on her face. So let me point out something. let's go through this because she definitely did some revisionist history, right? She definitely did some revisionist history. Because towards the end, she said, oh yeah, y'all are deleting your wives. You want to know why you end up with a situation like that? To the young lady that said that, you want to know why the men of today are doing that? The reason why they're doing that is because when your grandmother and mother are telling their daughters those lies, what lies are they telling them? That they used to whoop their husbands' asses? Y'all silly asses believe it. And then you go out here and try that crap with these men, and you find out real fast that that's not a good course of action. See, the funny thing about it is it never crossed your mind that just maybe your mama is lying to save face. It never crossed your mind that maybe your grandmama is lying to save face. Because I'm going to tell you something right now. I remember the men in my grandmother's age bracket. Ain't now one of you women beating them. That ain't happening. That's not happening. And it's real cute how y'all look. I'm going to tell you what the psyop is. I don't know if y'all peep the psyop or not, but this is what they do. You got 2 or 3 generations of single mothers that have raised their boys to be docile when it comes to the women they deal with. So they train their boys to never put their hands on women or whatever. And then while they're training their boys to be docile and to be nonviolent, they're simultaneously training their daughters to fight men. And so now that they've gotten a couple of generations in of men that are psychologically programmed to allow women to abuse them physically, now they want to sit here and tell a lie like that's always been what it was. Like she's doing on this thing. And then she put up there on the thing, right? I am not promoting DV by any means. This is a psychological observation. Could you imagine if a man came up here and said, well, you know, the reason why relationships lasted longer back in the day, it lasted because Papa was putting smack down. Could you imagine the outrage? Could you imagine? His video wouldn't even be up. I don't even know how her video is up. His video wouldn't be up. And I've showed y'all numerous videos of these women talking about they need to beat these men. Bro, I'm telling you right now. They don't understand the shitstorm that they are creating. They just don't know, because part of the problem is so many of them hate men that they're willing to take advantage of the psychological programming that has gone into making men less violent and more docile. But because they don't understand men, they don't realize that every man has a breaking point. So if you think that it's okay to be physically violent, if you think it's okay as a woman to put your hands on a man, what are you going to do on the day that that man finally gets tired of it? Because here's the reality. Half of y'all women that are single mothers, you got a son in your house that you have disciplined his whole life. You done hit him with switches and belts or whatever. When he finally gets big enough, you gonna honestly sit here and pretend like there hasn't come an occasion when you had to stop. Let me help you out. Let me refresh your memory. You know when women stop spanking their sons? That day that they swing that belt and he catches it. Go ahead and tell me I'm lying. That day where she takes that belt and goes to swing that belt and he catches that belt. It is at that moment that you realize you can no longer beat that boy. Because he now has the capability of stopping you from doing it. And you got the nerve to sit your goofy, goofberry face up here and talk about you gonna do that to a fully grown man. Let me give you a reminder, because you need to hear this. You and every other woman needs to hear this. You are only allowed to talk like this. You are only allowed to mentally abuse your man. You are only allowed to physically attack your man because of our grace. Period. You only are able to do these things because we allow it. That's the part you don't understand. That's the part you don't understand. And I'm going to say this again because you need to hear it. When you want to bring up your auntie and how she got locked up for stealing something, and she called her husband and told him to come get her out of jail, go cash the check and get her out of jail. And he said, "No, we need that money. See you on Monday." And when she went home on Monday, she shot him in the leg. First of all, if that's even a true story, the fact that he shot her in the leg and she's still walking around here and nothing happened to her, or at the very least, she didn't end up going right back to jail, all that tells us is that your uncle was a damn simp. That's all that tells us. All that tells us is she wore the pants in the family. So guess what? Even if she had not shot that man in the leg, they would have been together for 50-some years because your uncle was a sucker. Point blank, period. But the fact that you coming up here talking as if there's a history of just countless black women just physically beating their husbands as if they're little boys. But see, I told y'all this. Didn't I tell y'all to go read Daughters of the Trade? Didn't I tell y'all that there is a history of these women thinking they own black men? Didn't I tell y'all that? Didn't I tell y'all that? Do y'all think I just be talking just to talk? I don't be talking just to talk. When I'm critiquing black women, I'm not talking about all black women. I'm talking about black women like this right here. I'm talking about black women like this right here that get up on the internet and thought it was cool to say that shit. Thought it was perfectly fine to get up on the internet and promote women putting their hands on their men. See, there's something that I said to my wife. I was watching a video, and in the video, this woman walks up to a guy that was drinking a bottle of water, and they got into some kind of disagreement, and she was cursing him out, and she was up in his face, and she was just trying her best to punk him. She was just all up in his face, and finally she swung and hit him in his face and knocked the bottle out of his mouth or whatever. And I said, you see that video right there, babe? I said, men need to start blank, 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 blank. I ain't going to say what I said up here. I'm not going to say what I said up here. But I will say this. Men are getting tired. Men are getting tired, and women are getting too comfortable. See, ain't nothing wrong with y'all being comfortable. It isn't until you get complacent. It isn't until you get comfortable enough to think that you just gonna be going upside a man's head. So let me make sure I understand this. Let me make sure I understand this logic, right? So now that you live in a society where men go out of their way not to put hands on women, your logic is you're going to put hands on them. Does that make sense to anyone? So you finally got the society to the point where men ain't pulling a Ike Turner, and your reaction to men showing that restraint is to get on the internet and tell women that they need to hit their men. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. Like, how crazy is that? And she legitimately thinks that what kept her aunt's marriage together is that her aunt was abusive to her husband. And look, to all of the women that went over there to her video and agreed with that. See, I don't think people realize what they're doing. Do you realize that she is defeating women's argument? Like, there's a huge argument that's been had by women in the feminist movement, and any woman that agrees with her, you're defeating your own argument. Because here's the question. I'm gonna ask this question so y'all can get where I'm coming from. Remember how they used to say back in the day, what's good for the goose is good for the gander? Remember they used to say that? So if you're going to sit here and say that DV from your aunt to your uncle is what kept the relationship together, and you're going to stand on that, wouldn't that mean you agree with it in the opposite direction too? Because if your argument is the man wasn't doing what he was supposed to do, so your aunt did what she had to do to get him in line, Wouldn't that work in the opposite direction too? Do y'all see how that argument she's making is problematic? You see how that do you see how that argument is problematic? But see, I'm gonna tell you what it is. It's as time marches on, right? This is what I noticed. IMP said, "Get surgical, AM." I'm gonna get surgical right now. I want you to think about this. Think about this for 1 second. Have you noticed that as time marches on, women more and more are promoting the very same behavior that they claim was toxic when men did it? The very same behavior that they claim is so horrible, which is why they scream down with the patriarchy, is the very same behavior that they are currently promoting. I'm going to say that again. Everything that men have done historically that they claim is so horrible and so toxic and so patriarchal is behavior that they are currently doing and promoting themselves. And if that's the case, doesn't that mean that if you agree with it now that you're doing it, it was never wrong when we did it? If you think it was perfectly fine for your auntie to do that to your uncle because he wasn't doing what she thought he was supposed to do, why would you be mad if it was your uncle doing that to your auntie because she didn't do what she was supposed to do? All I'm saying is keep the same energy. If it's good for you, why it ain't good for us? I'll tell you why. Because if you truly believed in equality and you said, well, we can do it so y'all can do it too, you know that we would come out on top in that scenario. So what you have to do is you have to convince us that it's wrong for us to do it, program us to refrain from all of that, and then you engage in it, because now you can come out on top with that behavior, not because you're better at it than the rest of us, but because you've convinced us not to do it at all. Does that make sense to everybody in here? It's like the NBA and the WNBA. The WNBA know they can't beat a WNBA team. Know they can't beat an NBA team. So what they have to do is they have to convince the NBA team that they shouldn't play basketball at all. They should just stand on the court. And once that NBA team just stands on the court, the WNBA team can shoot the ball and run around them and not have to worry about no defense. And then brag about the fact that they beat an NBA team. But you didn't really beat an NBA team. You just convinced them not to compete. You just convinced them not to do nothing. I told you, man, they're a bunch of losers. They're a bunch of losers and a bunch of cowards. And this is what makes it so bad. They sat back and they said, how can we convince these men to be docile? How can we convince these men to be passive? They knew they wouldn't be able to train these boys to be docile and passive when it comes to their women because the fathers were there. So what they do? Promoted single motherism. I told y'all this was a plan. This was a plan. They could not produce an entire generation of weak-ass men that women could dominate as long as those boys had fathers in those households. The only way that they could usurp men's power is to get those fathers out of those homes so they could raise those boys to be submissive. And you're now seeing the result of it. Now that these boys are submissive in the black community, you got countless black women on the internet talking about beating their men. This is nasty work, bro. This is nasty work, fam. And now it makes sense. See, here it is. You and I are thinking that the broken black family is wrong. We're critiquing it because we want to fix it. And we've been trying to figure out why they so mad at us. They mad at us because they don't give a damn about an intact family unit, because an intact family unit does not serve their purposes. An intact family unit does not serve their purposes. What serves their purposes are docile, submissive, subordinate men that they can talk to crazy, that they can check, that they can get physical with. Here's a prime example. And this ain't even the black community. This is just as a whole. Watch this.
It's your face. Oh, the family!
Hey, stop.
It's your face. Oh, the family!
Hey, stop. Relax. Hey, you'll lose all your shit, motherfucker. You'll lose all your shit, motherfucker. I'll tell you right now, you'll lose your face. Try it.
Now, for those of you that don't know what was happening there, that is a farmer's market. The guy with the camera is a Second Amendment auditor. It's one of these people that go around recording stuff and people have a problem with it. And, you know, they end up calling the cops and they challenge them because it's a constitutional right. If you want to film or record something in public, you're allowed to do that. If you're on public property, you can film. It's a constitutional right. So he had I guess a poo shiesty on or something. So she walked up to him Let me see your face, and grabbed his mask and was wrestling with him. Now, in any jurisdiction, that's assault. That's assault. She assaulted that man. She's supposed to go to jail for that. But notice, she's assaulting the man. He's pulling away from her. The only reason she fell is because she stepped backwards over the crate. Did you see all of those male hyenas come out of the woodwork? Did you see all of those grown men jump up? Hey, 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 what do you think you're doing? Hey, 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 that's a female. That's a female. Hey, 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 what do you think you're doing? Let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all something. Men like that are the biggest problem in this society. They are so ridiculous. For some reason, in their warped, twisted mind, they think they're being chivalrous. They think that defending a woman that assaulted somebody is some honorable shit. This is how warped this society is now. If some random man was out in public and I saw a video one time where there was this woman walking down the street with her cell phone, and there was a homeless guy like, give me my cell phone. And he ran up on her and he was trying to attack her, and a bunch of dudes came out to defend her. That's normal. If a woman is minding her business and some random guy just runs up on her trying to attack her, if there's men in that area and they defend that woman, bravo. But if a woman walks up to a man that ain't doing nothing to her and assaults that man, and he's in the process of trying to defend himself, and a bunch of you men come out of the woodwork, hey, 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 hold on. You've lost your mind. You have lost your mind. It's ridiculous, bro. It's ridiculous. It's one of the most disgusting displays that I've ever seen in the modern day. And it happens all the time. It happens all the time. Like, I've seen videos where some woman is just going ham on a dude. She done grabbed him by the shirt. She hitting him and hitting him, and everybody's standing around watching it. And she could be doing this for a good minute. The moment that guy, hey, 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 wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, hey, hold on, man. That's a woman. One of these days, there's going to be a guy out here, and some woman is going to attack him. And he's going to be trying to defend himself. Not trying to harm the woman, but just trying to get the woman off of him. And a bunch of you men are going to jump up, and he going to have that fire on him. And it's going to be a sad day. It's going to be a sad day because, see, here's the reality. Some of you men just don't know how to mind your damn business. See, you know how to mind your business when a woman is assaulting somebody. You just don't know how to mind your business when the dude gets tired of being assaulted. Like, it's ridiculous, bro. It's ridiculous. Like, that woman just walked up on that dude and just in real time and just started freaking grabbing him and assaulting him. And for some odd reason, the men in the vicinity just thought to themselves, oh no, here I come to save the day. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. And now a message from the homie. Hold on. We got a message from the homie Critical. And I think we need this message right about now. Shout out to the homie Critical.
Fellas, get rich and treat women the same way they treat men.
Scooty, that's what you holler when you see me. That's what you holler when you see me.
Yo, shout out to Critical. Shout out to Critical. Real talk. Critical still at it, y'all. Critical still over there cooking with fresh grease. Fellas. Oh my God. Shout out to Critical, man. Real talk. But y'all already know what time it is, man.
It's time for the Beano Roll Call.
Yes, indeed. It's time for the Beano Roll Call. First and foremost, man, again, shout out to the homie EJ for being a sponsor of the show.
That boy good.
Real talk. Shout out to EJ in the building. Let's see who else we got in here. Shout out to YCKAI95 said male hyenas need to sell that ass to out there. Oh my God. Hell, I'm certain some hair clippers and some cognac will be enough to get them smooth. Ah. Oh, that's bad. That's bad.
That's that Beano energy.
That's bad right there. You feel me? Let's see. Shout out to King Cato. He said, did you see Sharon get cooked by Dr. Cheat? Nah, I didn't see that. I didn't see that. I told y'all, man, I've been over here super busy. Super duper busy. You feel me?
That's that Beano energy.
Yo, shout out to Beans and Green said, always appreciate you, AM. I appreciate you. Real talk.
That's that Beano energy.
Where's Beans and Greens? There we go, right there. Let's see who else we got. Shout out to King Yo. He said, salute to you, AM and the Beanos. Tonight will be another reminder that the wall is undefeated. You got that right.
That's that Beano energy.
Let's see who else we got in here. Shout out to Bees5016 for the membership. Said the show Ernie Reyes Jr. was in his Sidekicks. That was the show. Shout out to you. Let's see. Shout out to Rob in the building. See, shout out to Amp Dad 87 said, don't miss a show. Keep it up, AM. Appreciate you. See, shout out to Andrew. He said, let's set it off. Andrew was the first one to hit the super chat. Appreciate you, bro. Let's see who else. Shout out to King James. Appreciate you. Let's see. Shout out to John, said paying it forward. Appreciate y'all. Shout out to J05 James for the membership. See, shout out to Gorilla Grip Catch Club. Said I like Nightcrawler. Yeah, that was my favorite character. Let's see. Shout out to Gorilla Grip again. Said Bishop is like The Rock, black and Polynesian. I always thought he was just a black guy. Let's see who else we got. Shout out to Knowledge, said, let's keep it 100. The only comic book black dude we love is Blade, and Falcon never got his just due. That's the movie we need, Falcon. Yep. That's a fact. That's a fact. Let's see. Shout out to NYCU Jamma. Facts. I checked out after the FIFA Silver Surfer. Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. I ain't even watched that. Let's see. Shout out to Ronan Roy, said he was in Surf Ninjas also. Yes, sir. Shout out to Zero Fallout, said just like everything else, they exaggerate what really went down. Men have not changed much. They are benevolent. If not, they wouldn't have rights. That's a fact. In fact, I'm going to show y'all a video about that in a second. Let's see who else we got. Shout out to Anthony for the PayPal side of the game. Shout out to T-Bone on the Cash App. Shout out to D Murray, said thanks for tonight's show. Shout out to INP, says salute to the light-skinned God AM. OG, they gotta understand. Hold on, let me pull up that message, make sure I got the whole thing. Said they gotta understand women. No doubt. Appreciate you, bro. And shout out to my man, Dark Power. Let's see. So anybody else? We will read the rest of you guys that came in after the Beano roll call. So far, we at 22 people. Make sure you guys are supporting the show. We want to reach a goal of 50 contributors. We still need 28, so make sure y'all supporting the show. Let's get into this first topic. These light-skinned women. Oh, but let me show y'all this video real quick. A quick reality check about women. Let me pull this up. Where is it at? Here it go.
Every right you have as a woman exists because men agreed you could have it. That makes people furious when I say that. It makes people furious. But let me say what I'm not saying, because people always hear it wrong. Women organized, women marched, women got arrested, women changed minds, one stubborn mind at a time. Nobody handed us anything. But answer me this. If every man who ran the government, the courts, the police, and the military had decided together and permanently that women would never vote, never own property, never leave the house without permission, what was our plan? Seriously, walk me through it. What was the mechanism? Because that is not a hypothetical. That is a description of most of human history. And it is a description of a great deal of the world right now. There are girls who will be married off before they are 14. Right now, there are teenage girls locked out of a classroom by law. Right now, there are grown women who cannot travel, work, or be seen in public without a male relative signing off. And here's the part that should genuinely unsettle you. Those women are not weaker than us. They are not less brave. They are not less organized, less intelligent, or worse at making an argument. Some of them are the bravest people alive. They live under men who never conceded. And so far, courage has not been enough, which means we did not win because we were right. Being right is not a mechanism. Being right has never once on its own moved a single soldier. We won because we were right, and because enough of the men holding the instruments of force decided that a woman's rights should not depend on her ability to physically defend them. That is the actual miracle, not equality, the agreement to stop settling the question by force. Now, 2 objections. I want to take both of them seriously because both of them are good. The first one is that men were never a unified bloc. There was no room. There was no vote. No assembly of men ever convened to decide whether to release us. Half of them were the fathers teaching daughters to read, the husbands signing property over, the legislators voting yes when it cost them their seat. All true. And it is not a rebuttal. It is the scariest part of the whole thing, because a decision nobody ever announced is a decision nobody ever has to announce reversing. There is no treaty. There is no signature. Nothing was ever formalized, which means nothing ever has to be formally revoked. It just has to be quietly stopped. The second objection is that this argument proves too much, that by this logic, every right anybody has anywhere exists only because whoever holds the weapons permits it. Yes, that is true. But every other group in that sentence has an exit. An oppressed minority can become a majority. A disarmed population can arm itself. An occupied country can outlast the occupier. Every one of them has a road, however long and however bloody, that ends in taking what they were denied. Women are already the majority. We already outnumber them. We have outnumbered them the entire time. And it has never once mattered, because our asymmetry is not political and it is not temporary. There is no year we outgrow it. There is no generation where it quietly resolves itself. Every other group in history has had a path to seizing their rights. We have only ever had a path to being granted them. That is not the same thing, and we should stop pretending it is. So sit with how strange this is. Across the entire span of human history, what we have is a blip, a handful of countries, a handful of generations, a rounding error, and we treat it like gravity. It is not gravity. It is a decision, and decisions get revisited. I'm not telling you to be grateful. I am grateful, though. And gratitude is for gifts. I'm telling you to be awake, because every generation of men has to keep making that choice. And every generation of women has to notice that they are making it. So tell me, do you think your rights are the natural state of things, or do you think somebody is choosing right now to let you keep them? Every right you have.
So allow me to translate. Allow me to translate.
Who would you never want to stream with ever?
Allow me to translate. So basically, what that woman is saying is that the only reason in this day and age that women have the rights that they have. Oh, hold on. Hold on, you guys. Shout out to a Burn King in the building.
That boy's good.
That's that. That's that. We know energy.
A Burn King said, just bought your book. Cannot wait to read it. Too many girls presume to change what actually happened. Liars need to be called out. That's facts. That's facts. So I want y'all to really understand what this woman is saying, right? What she's basically saying is that she understands that there was never like a group of men that got together one day and we all voted and collectively decided women should have these rights and women should be treated this way and women should be. It was never that. It was never that. What has really happened is that men have decided to be more benevolent. That's it. That's as deep as it goes. And what she's basically saying is that if men had not decided, if men had decided, what she's basically saying is that the same way men decided to be more benevolent, they could have decided to be more malevolent. They could have decided to be worse. And there would have been nothing the women could have done about it. That's what she's basically saying, right? She's one of these women that do not live under the illusion that the rights she have are guaranteed. The position she has, guaranteed. She realizes it's not. She realizes that every generation of men are actively deciding to be more benevolent. And the same way that every generation of men are actively deciding to be more benevolent, that can change. One day men can just decide, you know what? I'm tired of all of that back talk. I'm tired of you thinking that you can put your hands on me. I'm tired of you thinking that you run stuff. That's why I said after that other video, that woman is crazy talking about being physically abusive to men. I need you to think about that for a second. It's like, I'll put it to you like this. There's a comic where Thor had to create new Asgard on Earth, right? And the the United States government didn't like the fact that Thor was not under their jurisdiction. Thor basically told the United States, look, I'm Odin's son. I'm Thor. I'm a god. Like, I do what I want to do. You don't control me, and you don't control Asgard. You just mind your business. And of course, that's problematic for the United States. So what they did is they tried to put a battery in Tony Stark's back to go check Thor. And what ended up happening is one of the worst humblings in comic history. Thor stopped playing with Iron Man and showed him the difference between a man and a god. And he literally told him that he's just a man in a toy suit of armor. Right? See, the problem is you could have somebody that's being benevolent because they are comfortably superior to you. The only problem is you get complacent and you start believing that the gap between you is much smaller than you think it is. And it's really not. And in this day and age, this is what we see with these women. It's the result of men being more benevolent. It's the result of society putting out these movies where you've got Scarlett Johansson, 100 and some pounds, soaking wet, beating up guys that's 6'3", 300 pounds, and they believe it. They see it and they believe it. And they do not understand that the men of today are just as barbaric as the men of yesteryear. We're still the same men. We're just choosing to be civilized. We're choosing to be benevolent. Because look, I'm gonna tell you something right now. I wasn't born in the freaking dark ages or none of that shit. I was born in the 70s, late 70s, 78. I should be the most civilized. All of us, we should be the most civilized men on the planet. Bro, do you know how many times primitive, primal, barbaric thoughts run through my mind? Do you have any idea? And look, to all of the guys in here, I know I'm preaching to the choir. I know every last guy in here, at least one time a day, at least once a day, you have a barbaric thought. I'm talking about the type of thought that should be going through the mind of a guy running through the jungle with a loincloth, talking about, like, you, bro, the primal thoughts that run through my mind that I have to, and this is what the women do not understand. They don't understand this. They don't understand that every civilized man is fighting a battle every day. He's fighting a battle every day. See, men, we're not like domesticated dogs, right? Men are like wolves that are pretending to be domesticated dogs. That's what men are. Men are, if the system of government that runs this country collapsed tomorrow, you would see the most wicked, barbaric crap you've ever seen in your life. This is what the Joker was talking about. In the Dark Knight, when he said, you know, these are civilized people, you know, they'll eat each other. You'll see when the chips are down, right? What do you say? Don't talk like one of them when you know you're not. You're not. Even if you pretend to be. You see, these civilized people, they'll eat each other. And he's really not even talking about the women. He's talking about the men. He's talking about the men. The only thing that keeps the majority of us in check is other men and the systems that other men created. If those systems collapsed, we would revert right back to the law of the jungle. We would revert right back to survival of the fittest, the strongest rule. That's what we would revert back, bro. We would revert back to that so quickly it would make your head spin. We would revert back to that so fast that you would wonder if we ever even had a civilization. And the reason why is because we've been savage for a hell of a lot longer than we've been civilized. We've been on this planet for hundreds of thousands of years. I don't even think we've only been civilized for what? Maybe a couple thousand years? If that. That woman right there that was talking is self-aware. She understands what she's dealing with. And see, I'm gonna tell you the truth. If more women understood what they were dealing with, I'll just put it to you this way. The dating and mating world would be a lot better off. I want to see if I can find this other video. The dating and mating world would be a lot better off if only these women. See, here's the thing. As much as these women today run around here talking about how men are dangerous. See, I don't even know if I should go there. I don't even know if I should go there. Matter of fact, let me play this video and then I'm gonna go there. Let me play. Got him. Let me play this video and then I'm gonna go there.
Men are awful and awesome. I mean that they're terrible, but also sometimes, oh, God, they're so funny and kind, but then they can be such cowards, except for when they're self-sacrificing and brave. But I hate it when they're selfish and lazy, which they are often, and in a totally different way than I am when I'm selfish and lazy. Their way is worse than my way because it's masculine when they do it. The person who broke me was a man, but then the person who fixed me was a man too. In fact, men have been the givers of the greatest cruelties and kindnesses of my life. And over the course of time, I've discovered that some of the cruelties were, in fact, kindnesses, and some of the kindnesses, cruelties. Sometimes whether someone is a hero or a villain depends on where they come into your story and where they are in theirs. Anyway, I love men and I hate them. They're the greatest and the worst, almost like they're people. Almost. Follow me for more of what.
Almost like they're people. See, when you listen to that, the only thing that I hear is that men are actually balanced. You feel me? But here's the thing. Women in this day and age are comfortable with men. In fact, I would argue that women in this day and age are entirely too comfortable with men. Too comfortable, right? Now, don't get it twisted. They'll run around here all day saying that men are dangerous and that men will take your life and that men are all of that. Like, here's the thing, right? Let me put you on the game. There isn't a woman out here that truly believes that you're going to take her life. I'm going to say that again. There isn't a woman out here that truly believes that you would take her life. Now, some of you would say, well, why do they say that? Why do they say that men are dangerous and men are gonna, because it's leverage. To talk about men in that way gives them the ability to play victim, even when they're not a victim. So instead of being a victim, they can say, well, men are violent and men are dangerous. So they get the benefits of turning everybody against you and everything that comes with that. It's kind of like that woman that was attacking that guy with the camera. See, because women talk about how evil and dangerous and violent men are, people forget that women can be violent too. And so because women push that narrative, whenever a woman is violent to a man and it looks like a man is going to retaliate, other men will leap into action to try to save her, even though she was wrong in the situation, because they're so terrified that that guy is going to swing one time and smite her. You know, she's going to drop dead from a slap. So women will play the men are violent angle, but they don't believe that you're going to do anything to them. And the reason why I know that for a fact is because if they truly believed that you were going to do something to them, they wouldn't be as bold as they are. That woman knew that man was not going to touch her. Even if he was, even if that man had every intention of retaliating or swinging on her, she didn't believe it, because if she believed it, she wouldn't have walked up to him and tried to grab his mask and take his mask off. See, the only people that walk up to a grizzly bear are the people that think grizzly bears won't eat you. The only person that will walk up to a strange pit bull on the street and try to pet him is a person that thinks the average pit bull ain't gonna bite him. See, women in this era have gotten so comfortable with us. And the reason why is because more of us protect them than ever attack them. I'm going to say that again. The reason why women are so comfortable with us in this day and age is because there are far more men that are willing to protect women than there are men that are willing to attack women. Now, I know they don't want you to think that that's the truth, but it is. It is. In fact, it's part of the reason why there's so many men willing to protect women, because they have convinced all of us that there are more men willing to attack them. You see how that works? You see how that works? The way you get countless charities to give you charity is by acting like there is no charity, complaining about the lack of charities. So women complain about violent men and the lack of protectors to guarantee that most of the men will be protectors. It's a manipulation. And I've told you guys that women are naturally manipulative. Women manipulate on a level that is beyond the average man's comprehension. Most men can't even understand the levels of manipulation that women engage in. Like the one I'm explaining to you now is difficult to explain. It's one of those situations where you're looking at the behavior of a woman and you're like, something's going on there, but I can't figure out what it is. You just know it ain't right. And the reason why that is because as a human being, you have an instinct in you that warns you about danger. So even if you don't know what the danger is, you still have that bad feeling in your gut, because that's your primal instinct telling you there's danger right there. Something's not right. That's how manipulative women can be. They're so manipulative that it won't even register in your conscious, in your frontal lobe. Like you're looking at her and it's like she looks like she's normal. She looks like she's not doing anything wrong, but in your gut, it feels like something not right. Because she's running game. She's running game. See, the women of today comfortably believe that men wouldn't dare, right? Now, I need you to keep this in mind, because again, this goes back to what women do opposed to what they say, right? So women will say that they're afraid of men. Women will say that they know men are dangerous. Women will say that they know men are violent. Women will say that men have the capability of taking their lives. They'll even say that the average man is completely capable of doing it, right? Now, us men, we know for a fact that there ain't a lot of men out here. There's not a lot of men out here that's willing to take any life. Men are not, on average, men are not as dangerous as you think they are. They are if you put them in a drastic situation. But just so far as the average guy walking out here, the average guy walking around out here is not willing to take a life. That's just reality, right? And we know that as men. We know that. There's plenty of guys out here that got guns and they pulled out a gun and the dude walked up to him and took the gun and slapped the taste out their mouth, because a lot of guys are not willing to take a life. A lot of men are cowards. A lot of men are punks. Okay? The only thing that makes us dangerous is the fact that we are capable of it. You feel me? And when a man's back is against the wall, that's when you don't know what he's going to do. But so far as the average guy just being prone to violence, the average guy having a propensity for violence, that's not a reality, right? That's not a reality. But women will say that the average man is violent, that the average, and the only reason they're doing that is because they're trying to set things up to favor them. Okay? It's a manipulation. They're trying to set the stage so that they can maneuver. You feel me? But even though they're saying these things, in the back of their mind, the thing that they will never admit to any of you is the fact that they know most of you are punks. Most of you wouldn't dare lift your hand to any one of them because they know you're punks. If you're a punk, you're afraid of going to jail. If you're afraid of going to jail, you're not going to lift a finger or do anything to a woman that she would find offensive. This goes back to her setting the stage. If she comes into a place or a venue and she's acting like, oh, I'm just so worried about these men, you know, they're so dangerous. In the back of her mind, she's not worried about y'all. Not even a little bit. But she says that anyway. Why? Because that's dog whistle language. That alerts all of the guys in the vicinity that got that cape on their back. That way, if she has an interaction with a man and that man says something that she doesn't like, she can now talk shit to him. She can now go off on him because she knows that if he even looks like he wants to be aggressive, the rest of these men that she's already prepped by coming in there acting like she's scared of men, the rest of these men are going to leap into action. Do you see the manipulation? Press 1 if you see the manipulation. Press 1 if you see the manipulation. And some of y'all will be like, well, Angry Man, that's not true. These women are definitely scared of men. These women are definitely worried about men. Well, if they are, then explain their behavior today. Explain why they're cursing men out. Explain why they're swinging on men. Explain why they're on the internet telling other women to physically assault men. Explain why they're doing all of this. If they were truly scared of men. They're not scared of you. They just say that. And the reason they just say that is because they always have to keep the victim position. They always have to keep the victim position. So they're going to constantly say that they're worried about men. They're going to constantly say that men are violent monsters and men are toxic. Because if they can constantly push that propaganda, you're going to have all of these men out here going out of their way to prove to these women that they're not like that. And the downside of men proving to women that they're not like that is you become docile. You become nothing to worry about. You become weak. You become subordinate. You become the type of man that she can walk all over. It's one of the greatest manipulations in human history. They have convinced the majority of you men in society to be weak, docile, and passive simply because they've used masculinity as a shaming tactic. They've made you feel ashamed of being masculine. They've made you feel ashamed of being warlike. They've made you feel ashamed of being aggressive. So because they've shamed you, you think that in order to be the best man you can be, you got to be docile, nonviolent, passive, meek. And that plays right into their hands, because the only reason women weren't able to rule you in the first place is because of your dominant nature, is because of your masculinity, is because of your violent nature, is because of your aggression. So if she wants to rule, she knows she can't do it with you in your natural state. She has to convince you that your natural state is bad, that your natural state is wrong. And so once you get out of character and start acting like a weak little boy, now she can dominate you. Now she can rule over you. Now she can get on the internet and tell her homegirls, y'all should be beating these men. See how that works? See how that works? You think the women have always been well adept at reading nonverbal cues, nonverbal communication, body language. Do you think, honestly, in this day and age, that these women, from the moment they set eyes on you, they don't know whether or not you're a violent man? Do you really think they don't know that? Do you understand that for hundreds of thousands of years, one of the things that helps a woman survive is being able to look at a man and judge him just off of his body language as to whether he's violent or not? Their life depended on it. Evolutionarily, their life depended on being able to assess whether or not a man is the type of man that's going to take their life. You know how I know the women of today are not scared of you men? Because they'll actually go into the same room that you're in. They'll actually sit around you half naked. If they were scared of you, they wouldn't even be in the same room with you. They would avoid you. They would try to get away from you if they were scared of you. But they're not. These women are not scared of you. They're not scared of you. Anytime they say they're scared of you, that's a dog whistle. That's them trying to garner some sympathy from other men. It's a manipulation tactic. See, just because she's not scared of you doesn't mean, think about this. Think about this for a second. Just because she's not scared of you doesn't mean she thinks she can beat you. Okay? So there's a such thing as you knowing that someone can physically beat you, but you're not afraid of them. That's a thing. Women know that you as a man are physically capable of beating them in a fight, but it doesn't mean they're scared of you. So if a woman is not afraid of you, and she's having an interaction with you, and you start saying things that she doesn't like, not being aggressive, you just said something she didn't like. The same way as a man, you would, if I said something you didn't like, as a man, you'd want to beat me up. But as a man, you're capable of beating me up. You think a woman doesn't want to beat up a man when he says some wild stuff that she don't agree with? Of course she does. But some women, they're smart enough to understand, I can't beat this guy in a fight. So I'll play the victim and I'll get other guys to do my work for me. So a woman could be sitting there having a conversation with you. She's not scared of you at all. You say something that she don't like. She wants you beat up, but she doesn't have the capability or the physicality to do it. So what she does is she pretends like she's scared of you. She pretends like you said something offensive so that all the rest of the men in the vicinity will come to her rescue and quite possibly beat your ass. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to everybody watching? These women ain't scared of y'all. These women ain't scared of y'all. I don't never walk around here thinking that women are scared of me. Ever. Ever. Like, for instance, I'll give you a prime example. So one time I was renting this apartment and they hadn't, there was something they needed to fix and they hadn't fixed it. And I had been contacting the front office and they just wasn't doing their job, right? And so I went down to the front office and the manager at the time was a white lady, right? And so I got upset and I started talking shit. I'm upset because they aren't fixing what they should fix in my apartment and I'm paying rent. So as I'm starting to get upset, she starts acting scared. Soon as I saw her doing that, I stopped immediately. And this is what I said to her. I said, hold on. First of all, we're not going to do that. And she's like, what do you mean? I said, we're not going to do the, oh my God, you're a big, scary black man. I have to call the police. You're not scared of me. There's nothing in your mind right now that makes you think that I'm a threat to you, that I'm going to do something to you. Like, stop it. Like, cut it out. You just don't want to, you're in the wrong in this interaction. You're the office manager and you know that your maintenance crew haven't done their job. I'm in the right. But because I'm in the right and I'm justified in my anger, you want to make me wrong. You know that I'm right. And you know I have every right to be upset right now. But you don't like the fact that I'm calling you out on your negligence. You don't like the fact that I'm calling you out on your bullshit. So what you're trying to do is I'm going to play the scared white woman role so that I can do a Uno reverse and make you wrong in the situation. And thus escaping my accountability. That's what women do, bro. That's what they do. They play victim to escape accountability. They play victim to Uno reverse on your ass so that they don't have to be wrong. It's extremely manipulative. Now, you take that situation that I just described, extrapolate that across the whole society. That's what you're dealing with. It even goes back to that conversation I had with y'all yesterday about Usher. Women don't really believe that men are over-sexualizing them. They don't really believe that men are objectifying them. They just say that because it gives them victimhood leverage. If these women truly believed that they were being over-sexualized and objectified, they wouldn't go to R&B concerts to be over-sexualized and objectified. If they believed that they were being objectified, they wouldn't walk around half naked. It's one big psyop. And you know why? Because at some point in human history, women realized the only power they have is through manipulation. They can't beat us physically. They can't dominate us physically. No matter how much they organize, they can't overpower us. So they have to defeat us mentally. And the problem is, most of you men are so dull-witted. You're a bunch of knuckle-dragging troglodytes. You don't even understand the game of chess that they're playing. And some of you are so goofy and so stupid. When I come to panels, the women bounce and y'all think it's, oh, he's running the women away. They're just leaving because you're a misogynist, angry man. They're leaving because you're chauvinist. No, they're leaving because I'm smart enough to know the game they're playing. The reason why they sit on panels with y'all and are willing to have those discussions is because they know you're too stupid to know and understand the game of chess that they're playing. They hear me talk, and yeah, they may say, oh, angry man don't know what he's talking about. That's them trying to deflect. That's them trying to get you to not listen to me. But the reason why when I show up to any panel, those women haul ass like the Autobots when Megatron shows up and they don't got Optimus Prime with them. Soon as I show up, they're like, Megatron, retreat! They hauling ass. Because they know I've figured them out. And not only have I figured them out, but I'm not going to let them run game in my presence. I'm not going to let them bullshit in my presence. I'm not going to let them play their passive-aggressive manipulations while I'm around. I'm going to call it out every time I see it. Check this out, y'all. Look at this. Look at this right here. Look at that right there. Look at that right there. Look at that shit right there. Let's entertain this for a second. Let's entertain this for a second. What if she was? Would that make anything that I just said less true? What if my mother was white? What if she was white? Would that make anything I said less true? Which raises the other question. The other question is, what does that have to do with anything? And by the way, to everybody watching this, because I want to know where this level of retardation comes from. Do I look like I got a white mama? I'm trying my best to figure out what type of biracial people do y'all be encountering. Do I look like I got a white mama? Yeah, see, that's the butt hurtedness. That's the butt hurtedness. That's the butt hurtedness. Piccolo said, set up a poll. No, how about this? How about I just kick you out of my chat room? How about that? How about that? How about I just kick your punk ass out of my chat room? And by the way, y'all, let's see where we at right now. We got 29 people. We need one more person to go into the next topic. We need one more person to go into the next topic. Hold on one second.
Is not available.
She probably sleep. That's so hilarious. I was about to call my mama and inform her that she's white. I was about to call my mother and tell her, hey, did you know you was white? Oh my goodness. Let me tell you something. To all of you hating ass chumps, right? To all you hating ass chumps, let me explain something to you. Both of my parents got senior pictures with afros. Both of them. Both of them. Oh, I'm my bad. I forgot. I'm not even on my. I'm not using my phone as a freaking what you call it. I'm not using my phone as as a a webcam, so I can go to my phone. I can go to my phone. Do 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 do. Let's see. Here go a picture of my white mama, y'all. Yeah, there go a picture of my white mama. That look like a white woman to y'all? How many of you in here think that look like a white woman? I'm just curious. Anybody? That go a senior picture. See that's a afro right there. That's an afro right there, right? Can you see the resemblance? Can you see the resemblance? Do 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 do. I wish she would have answered that phone. She probably sleep. I wish she would have answered that phone. If she would have answered that phone, she'd have been laughing her ass off. Let's see. And that's my father. Ain't that another afro? Ain't that another afro? Can you see the resemblance? Ain't that another afro right there? Look at that. That's my father. That's my uncle. That's my other uncle and my grandmother. And there's my grandfather. Now, he was mixed. He was biracial. I know y'all want me to be white so bad. Like, bro, they want me to be white so bad. They want me to be white so bad, bro. Sorry to disappoint you. And so, and here's the thing, right? Here's the thing you got to realize about me. If I was white, I'd tell you. If I was Latin, I'd tell you. I don't got no problem with claiming what I am. No problem at all. No problem at all. There's me as a child with my grandmother. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There's me and my cousin back in the day. Is he black? Look at your boy. I'm fresh to death. Look at your boy. What was I think I was like 20. I think I was like 22, 23, something like that. Look at that shit. Fresh. Fresh to death. There's one of my sisters. Is that a black woman? Is that a black woman? Is that a black woman? Yeah, like I said, y'all want me to be white so bad. So bad. But Sorry to disappoint you. Black just like you. Anyway, let's get to these super chats so we can go to the next topic. Oh, no matter of fact, before we even go to the super chats, matter of fact, yeah, let's go to the super chats.
It's time.
The hell? Did it not go through? What the hell is going on? Yo, press 1 if y'all can still see me. Okay, just making sure the internet is right. Let's try this again. Let's try this again.
It's time for the super chats.
Let's get to these super chats. Shout out to a Burn King again. Appreciate that love.
Boy, good.
Shout out to a Burn King for being the second sponsor of the show. Shout out to Flawless. Flawless said, it's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's Captain Savaho. Salute, AM.
That's that Reno energy.
Shout out to a man called Plush, said, I wish I had the AM red pill in my youth. I feel cheated, but I think I was too immature and ignorant, aka soft. LOL. Appreciate you and you preaching for real. We men fight not to be primal / Conan. Appreciate you, bro.
That's that Reno energy.
Let's see. Shout out to Shaka Carter with the super sticker. Appreciate ya. Shout out to Time to Ante Up. Time to Ante Up said, let's go. Shout out to Martin. He said, I used to tell my ex-wife, use your powers for good. Women can inspire men, so every man can potentially embody Ray Rice. Wise women practice restraint. Shout out to B, said, you need to make another channel called Angry Rants. Appreciate you, bro. Let's see. Shout out to Rob, said, Angryman, truth hurts, but take it. Shout out to John, said, great show tonight. Thank you, sir. Let's see. Shout out to Martin, said, yesterday, Buddy put himself before the internet world as a human shield for Miss No Good Bryant. Everybody was eating on that bone today. Pause. LOL. Yeah. Homie played himself. That was the most hilarious shit I've ever seen in the world, bro. That shit had me cracking up. Yo, shout out to RE, says salute to AM support. Shout out to Big Mike. Big Mike said we have the monopoly on force. Facts. Shout out to Anthony. Appreciate you on the PayPal side. Let's see. Shout out to a man called Plush said, I had a comic book hot take once, comic book panel receipts and all to support my argument. Hater wanted me to be white so bad, like my social don't got my family and photos on there. Yeah, exactly. That shit is crazy, bro. That shit is crazy. You want to know what's crazy, y'all? This is what's crazy. This is what's crazy. I've been doxxed before a few times. Do y'all honestly think as many people as there are on the internet that don't like me, do you think for 1 second, because I done had people call me biracial, white, they done said I'm Latino, they done said I'm Mexican, they said that I'm a tether, I wasn't born here. Bro, with me being doxxed, do you think if any of that was true, don't you think people would be screaming it from the mountaintop? If any of that was true, don't you think people would be screaming it from the mountaintops? There's a reason why they don't. Because it's not true. It's not true. I'm a black man. I am classified as a black man. I was born in America. I'm not Latin. I'm not Mexican. I'm not any of that. I am a light-skinned black man. I'm a black American. Period. Point blank. Period. But anyway, let's get to this next thing. So yesterday, I was having a conversation with you guys about the Lotto and Doja Cat video. I don't know how many of y'all actually went and watched that video. Did y'all go watch that video? That video is crazy. That video is nasty work. That video is like a soft X-rated movie, bruh. Like, I was like, wow, that's crazy. But it sparked this conversation. This video that Lotto and Doja Cat put out, in addition to the young lady that rejected Usher on that concert. Now I'm noticing on the internet there is an abundance of light-skinned hate, but more than it ever was before, because usually the light-skinned hate online is directed at the light-skinned men. This time it is directed at the women. So women have been going ham the past couple of days on the internet, and they just going to war with each other. And I'm gonna, let's see, let me click on a couple of these videos so you can see what I'm talking about. Let's start with this video right here.
Real quick, I need y'all to stop putting light-skinned black people and biracial black people in the same category, because it's a difference, okay? I am light-skinned. I have hazel eyes. I also have 4 black grandparents. I don't know nothing about being white. I don't know nothing about white culture, white this, white that, other than being from the suburbs. I don't know nothing about that. Stop grouping light-skinned and biracial as the same thing, because it's not. It's really not, and I'm tired of it. The beauty of being black, listen to me. The beauty of being black is you can be as light as me, you can have hazel eyes, you can have blue eyes, you can have brown eyes, you can be lighter than me and be black, and you can also be dark and have lovely Sudanese skin. Like, you can be brown skin, you can like, literally, black is everything. That's why when people go and they date, you know, a person that looks black but ain't black, it's just, it doesn't make any sense. It points to self-hate, because you could have got a black girl that look the same, you know what I mean? But I'm tired. Like, every time it's a little discussion of like colorism and all of that stuff, they act like all light-skinned people is biracial. We not. I'm black on both sides. That's it.
You think you cute because you light skin. He only like you because you light skin. You got that good hair, don't you? I just know you mixed. So, like, are you adopted? Your mom likes. You only get half the month of Black History Month. You're barely even black. He only likes you because you're light skin. Wait, so which parent's black? Oh, you think you cute because you light skin. You sound so white. You talk so black. You're mixed, not black. You're not a brown skin. You're not a light skin. You're mixed. You're mixed. You're mixed.
And one thing about it, y'all better stop fucking with these light-skinned people that are actually black. Y'all better stop fucking with them. Stop fucking with them light-skinned people that are actually black. Y'all be joking around and y'all be calling them white girls and saying that these light-skinned men ain't got no strength. They light-skinned, so they must be soft. And you a white girl and you ain't black enough and shit like that. Okay, watch me beat the shit out of you and then you'll see how black I am. Like, okay, cool. I'm about to beat the brakes off you. And then we can decide who's black enough to be at the cookout. Oh?
So, right now, as we speak, there seems to be a war raging online, and these light-skinned women they fighting for their life. But I told y'all, and see, yesterday I was nice about it. But today I'm gonna cook. Today I'm not gonna be nice about it. Let me point this out if it wasn't obvious already. To the light-skinned women of the world, especially if you're like those women that are super light with the light eyes and all of that stuff, to a lot of these darker skinned women, not all of them, but to a lot of them, in their mind, you ain't no different than Becky. You ain't no different than Becky. So I'm going to tell you the God's honest truth, right? I have absolutely no problem with darker skinned women defending themselves and bigging themselves up if it's authentic. In other words, they're doing it because they genuinely feel that way, not because they're trying to spite other people or they just trying to be annoying. Like when a dark-skinned woman is confident in her beauty, that's awesome. That's awesome, right? However, at some point, you light-skinned women are gonna have to figure out that you look ridiculous constantly defending dark-skinned women. And I know you think you're doing the right thing because you feel like you're defending other black women. Like in your mind, it's like you're a black woman, you're just a different shade of black woman, and you're defending the darker skinned black women because those are your sisters. The only problem is they don't think you're their sister. They don't view you as part of them. They look at you like you're an outsider. And look, I can't name how many times I've seen light-skinned women do this. Like let me tell you something. I've seen light-skinned women go harder in the paint for dark-skinned women than any other demographic. And bro, you just have no idea how goofy you look doing that because it ain't appreciated. It ain't appreciated. I don't know. It's like I said yesterday. You thought you had a friend. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. No, you're playing yourself. You're playing yourself. And that's why it's funny, because I see all of y'all online right now getting a rude awakening. There's a bunch of y'all that got 2 black parents and they calling y'all biracial. And now you're online upset. Like, look, matter of fact, check this out. I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna prove it real quick. Let me click on this video. Let me go back to this video. Let me pull it up on the big screen. Let me go back to this video.
Real quick.
Let's pause right there. Let's see. Let's see if we got anybody having to fight for their life in the comment section. No, they it seemed like she getting a lot of support. She getting a lot of support. There's a lot of light-skinned folks in the chat room supporting her. Okay. Okay, cool. Let's see what the consensus is over here.
And one thing
Let's see what the consensus is over here.
about it, y'all.
Let's see. Oh, they getting support in here too. Uh-oh. The tables might be turning. The tables might be turning. You know what's crazy about this? This is what's crazy. And I got to point it out. So when y'all start talking crazy about the light-skinned women, the light-skinned women jump online and start getting at y'all about it. And they actually get support in the chat, in the comment section. When dark-skinned dudes be clowning the shit out of light-skinned dudes, and I get up here and I start getting at them about it, you know how much support I get in the comment section? None. I don't get no support in the comment section. People, they don't care. Brothers do not be having that type of unity. They don't care, but you know, that's a conversation for a whole nother day, right? But this is what I'm noticing, and it's really weird, right? Now that we've got social media, I keep noticing that it's like black people that are darker skinned have drawn a line in the sand. And they're basically saying, if you're not this complexion, you're not black. Which is weird. It's weird for me because growing up as a Gen Xer, we never did that. We cracked our jokes, yeah. But we understood growing up that black came in many different flavors. It came in many different skin tones. We knew that, right? I find it weird that nowadays, matter of fact, no, I don't. Because I had this conversation with my wife earlier. You know what I'm realizing about this era? What I'm realizing about this era is that a lot of these people that are on the internet don't have comprehension skills. A lot of these people that are on the internet that be in these comment sections and be saying this stuff, a lot of them are slow. A lot of them are slow. Now, the conversation that I was having with my wife was she was watching a video, and on the video, they were talking about how a lot of these younger people are technologically illiterate, right? And I've been talking about this forever, about people just not having the skills to use technology. But it's even worse. It's even worse. Most of these younger people today, they can't even read past a 6th grade level. I'm going to say that again. Most of these younger people today can't read past a 6th grade level. And what's even worse is not only do they lack the ability to read past the 6th grade level, what they can read, they don't even comprehend. So even what they are capable of reading, they can't comprehend it. And I'm having this conversation with my wife, and I'm just realizing, of course, a lot of these people will look at someone like, they'll look at someone like this.
And one thing,
they'll look at someone like this and say, oh, she's not black. And you know why? Because a lot of these younger people, a lot of these new age people, they're so stupid that they think when you say black, you mean this. You mean this color right here. You mean the color of this shirt right here. That's not what black means. That's not what black means. This is black the color. Not black the culture. Not black the racial identifier. Now, I tried to explain this to black folk, but they just refuse to listen to me. Okay? So I'm going to try to explain it here. Right? I don't care how light this woman is. I don't care how light her skin is. I don't care how light her eyes are. You can look at this woman and clearly tell she is not a white woman. She's not. She's not a white woman. In fact, there are some women that be online that are passing. They look white, but here's the thing. I've always been really good at this. I can spot a biracial person a mile away. Like, even if they look genuinely white, I can look at a person and be like, yeah, you ain't completely white. You got something mixed in you. I've always been able to do that. In fact, there's this couple that's online right now. It's supposed to be a white guy and a white lady, and they always doing these skits. And I be looking at his wife. I be like, yeah, she's not completely white. Now, here's the interesting thing about this. Contrary to what everybody believes, we're gonna break down the logic of it, because y'all's logic don't be logicking. We gotta logic this out, right? In fact, I'll ask you guys questions. That way, you will learn it together. We'll learn it better, right? So here's my question. Here's my first question. Who invented the concept of race? Black people or white people? Or better yet, let's not even use those terms yet. Who invented the concept of race? Europeans or Africans? Let's do that. Yes, it matters who invented it, you dumbass. I'm going to ask again. Who invented the concept of race? Because it's a made-up concept. It's not real. It's not something that is a real thing, right? There's no race gene. It doesn't exist, right? But who invented it? Europeans or Africans? Europeans, thank you. Thank you. Europeans, right? Okay. So Europeans invented it. All right, cool. Cool. Now, here's the next question. If I invent something, like let's say I invented a comic book character, right? And let's say when I invented that comic book character, I made a superhero, but he couldn't fly. So when I first write the books, the first 5 comics I write, this superhero does not have the ability to fly. But when I get to the 6th comic book, all of a sudden I decide I want the hero to fly. Can you say to me, because of those first 5 books, that hero's not supposed to fly if I'm the one that invented the hero? Now, keep in mind, the hero's a made-up character. It's a made-up concept. I started with the hero being just regular, not able to fly, but then I changed it to him being able to fly. Can you argue with me, the creator of the hero, that he can't fly? Burn King said no. Why? Because I invented it, right? So if I invent it, that means I made the rules. So here's my question. If race is a made-up concept, if using white to identify Europeans and black to identify melanated people is a made-up concept that Europeans made up, who makes the rules for that concept? Is it going to be the melanated people or the European people? Who determines the rules for that concept? Come on, y'all. It's not that hard. It's not that difficult. The ones who came up with the concept. The ones who came up with the concept. So, here's my next question. Would a European say that this is a white woman? would a European say that this is a white woman? Yes or no? No. So here's my next statement. Logically, if Europeans who created the concept of race to classify people, that's the biggest part. It was created as a classification. If Europeans, the people who created the classifier of white and black, do not view this woman as a white woman, how is a so-called black person who didn't invent the classifier gonna tell this woman that she's white? Does that make any logical sense? Makes no sense, right? Now, that is just using logic about a social construct, because that's what race is. Race is just a social construct. It's not something that exists outside of our social norm, right? In other words, if the entire human race died off today and some kind of way a new form of humans emerged, they wouldn't have race. Even if they were different complexions, they wouldn't. If you took a bunch of babies that had never, like a bunch of newborns, and you went to an island and you settled on that island and you raised those, let's say it's 5 newborns. Let's say one is black, one is white, one is Asian. Let's say you got 5 babies that are all different ethnicities, right? And you went to a remote island and you raised all of those children and you never taught them the concept of race, it wouldn't exist. It wouldn't exist to them. It would not be a real thing. Because it's not like if let's say that out of those 5 babies, let's say that 2 of them are girls and the other 3 are boys. If you decided on that island that you wanted those babies to be non-binary, it's going to be hard to do that. Because they can literally look at each other and see the physical differences as far as their biology, right? As far as them having different parts or whatever. Now, I know you're going to say, oh, but they can look at each other and see that they have different skin tones. Yeah, they can see that. But the concept of race, to where you dislike somebody because they are dark, or the concept that you think someone's superior because they're light, that's not going to exist. That's not going to exist. Those kids are not going to, they're not going to look at the white kid. The other 4 are not going to look at the white kid and say, oh, you're better than us. And by that same token, the four aren't going to look at the dark kid, the black kid, and say, you're worse than us. They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that because they haven't been trained and socialized to think that way, right? So that's just approaching it from the social construct. Based on the social construct, this woman can't be a white woman because the white people that invented that classifier made it very clear that if you have any black in you, you're not white. That's their rule about their concept that they came up with. Now, outside of the social construct, we could also look at it from a genetic level. In genetics, you have what is called a phenotype and a genotype. The phenotype is what a person looks like. Okay? A black person can have an African genotype, but have features that give them a European phenotype. Let me say that again. A black person can have African or indigenous genotype, but display a European phenotype. But you know what you're never going to see? You know what you're never going to see? You're never going to see a person with a European or Caucasian genotype that displays as an African phenotype. You're not going to see that. You're not going to see that because you don't have the reverse of what an albino is. You don't have that. See, a person can be black or African and they're an albino, but their skin, they don't have any melanin. That exists. You don't have the inverse of that. It is impossible to have the inverse of that. It's impossible. And the reason why it's impossible is because in genetics, dark skin is dominant and light skin is recessive. You can get the recessive from the dominant, but you cannot get the dominant from the recessive. In other words, lighter skin comes from dark skin. Dark skin doesn't come from lighter skin. So, whenever you see a kid that y'all call biracial, right? In fact, here's a better example. How many of you like the show Invincible? How many of you like the show Invincible? Press 1 if you like the show Invincible. Mark isn't half Viltrumite, half human. Did y'all know that? Mark is not half Viltrumite, half human. How many of you know why? How many of you know why? Why is he not half Viltrumite and half human? His father's a Viltrumite and his mother's a human. He should be half and half. He should be biracial, right? See, even the concept of biracial is the dumbest shit in the world. It's not real. It doesn't exist. Exactly. Because Nolan's Viltrumite genes are more dominant. Nolan's Viltrumite genes are more dominant. So even though Mark was born from an Earth woman, he's mostly Viltrumite. It's just like with the Saiyans on Dragon Ball Z. It's just like with the Saiyans. The reason why Vegeta's son can look like Bulma but still go Super Saiyan is because he's mostly Saiyan. Their genes are dominant. It's the same reason Gohan and Goten, even though they got a mother from Earth, they can still go Super Saiyan because they have dominant Saiyan genes. See, y'all don't even realize they're putting it right in your face. They're putting it right in your face. If a black person, whether it be male or female, have a child with a non-black person, that child is black. Melanated, indigenous, person of color, whatever you want to call it. And the reason why is because those genes are dominant. And the reason why those genes are dominant is because they're the first people on the planet. In order for you to get the lighter skin tones that you have now, that had to come from years of changing from the dominant skin tone or the dominant gene. So if you have, like, for instance, Africans are some of the oldest people on the planet, genetically, right? So if a white person, you have an African, right? You got an African right here, okay? This African was born in this time, but his genes go all the way back to damn near the beginning. Then you have a European person who's only been European genetically for 2,000 years, maybe. So what happens when this European who's only been European for 2,000 years, has a kid with this African who's been African for over 100,000 years. Which genes do you think are going to dominate? Because what's happening with the European person, the essence of the origin. Now, sure, the kid may come out light-skinned, but that ain't got nothing to do with their genetics. Has absolutely nothing to do with their genetics. This is why racism is so easy as a tool of manipulation, because it is dependent on your eyesight. So because it's dependent on your eyesight, it's also dependent on your prejudice and your propensity for bigotry, right? But see, this is something that a lot of us coming up back in the day as Gen Xers, we already understood this. We already knew this. We already knew this. This wasn't no mystery to us. In fact, you look at somebody like Lotto, right? Who got a white mama. Go stand her next to her mama and tell me that you really, I'm gonna tell you something. This is what's so crazy about this. What's so crazy about this is you literally have biracial, you literally have quote unquote what y'all call biracial kids, right? You'll have a kid out here that has a white mama, and that kid will look like they didn't even come out of that woman. You'll be like, damn, she don't look nothing like her mama. And y'all, bro, and it's the same thing in the reverse. It's the same thing the other way around. You have kids that got a white dad, they don't look nothing like their dad. But everybody want to sit around and act like they don't see it. They don't know what it is. Like, come on, man. It's just an excuse that people are using. You feel me? It's just an excuse that people are using to be assholes. That's all it is. You see somebody that is, well, let me not say that. Let me not say that. I know the real reason. I know the real reason, especially with the women. Especially with the women. You know the reason why, to everybody in here, you want to know the reason why Black women don't want to classify light-skinned and biracial women as Black? Press 1 if you want to know why. I can say it in one sentence. Do you know the reason why Black women, or women that are considered to be definitively Black, why they don't want to classify light-skinned women and biracial women as Black? Because they don't want to compete with them. See, if the brothers are out here dating light-skinned women, if darker-skinned women can classify light-skinned women as non-Black, they can use that same shaming tactic on you men that they use when you try to date Asian women and white women and Latin women. They can call you a sellout and all of that stuff. And that eliminates yet another group of women that they don't have to compete with. Eve being Eve is got the laughing emojis. What you laughing about? What's funny? Let me in on the joke. What's funny? Let me in on the joke. I want to laugh too. I want to laugh too. By the way, y'all, we need 4 more people. We need 4 more people to get to 40. Let's see. I have no issues with no other woman. You want me to drop the link for you? I'll be the judge of that. Would you like me to drop the link and you can come up here? That's your opinion about us black women. I said me. Look, don't come in here trying to play that little goofy ass game. It's not my opinion. It's a fact. It's a fact. It's not my opinion. It's a fact. Now what? Hold on. I got you. Hold on one second. Let's get the link. Let's get the link. Let's get the link. Let's get the link. There go the link right there. There go the link right there. There go the link right there. Yo, we only need 3 more people to get to 40. So I don't mind learning something new. This ain't nothing new. This ain't nothing new. This been going on for a while. This has been going on for a while. Yo, we need 3 more people, you guys, before we go to this next topic. Yeah, Patty, she's not gonna hit the link. That's one thing I never worry about. I never worry about nobody hitting the link and really coming up here to have the real conversation. They don't want to have no conversation with me about this. They don't want to have no conversation with me about this, like for real. Because they know I know what I'm talking about. They know that I know what I'm talking about. So they're not trying to have that conversation. All right, y'all. We still need, matter of fact, forget all of that. We still need 13 more people. We're currently at 37 contributors. We're currently at 37 contributors. We need 13 more people to support the show. Oh my God, we going on 5 hours again. Again. All right, y'all. I'm getting sleepy. I'm gonna mess around and shut this joint down early. Well, not early. Can't say it's early if we're going on 5 hours. Matter of fact, let's pull up this Jim Jones situation real quick. I want to see how many of y'all saw this. Check this out.
When did nightlife turn into a boys' club? Can the ladies get a seat? No, bitch, you ain't put it on this bottle. What? Fuck you talking about? 800 a bottle of Rose, ho. It be late in my spot. My spot. You sitting in the wrong message. My bad. I'm just joking.
When we say hold other men accountable, this is the shit that we mean. We're not saying that you got to go out here like Superman or Batman and just start fucking men up everywhere you go who are just rude and disrespectful. No. You can gently hold your friends accountable just like they did, because Mano was absolutely disgusted, but he pulled it back because his face looked at him like, nigga, what the fuck are you talking about? But he came back and was like, no, we want women in the section. And that, I understand that Jim Jones would have never switched his answer up if they didn't react like that. But the fact that they did react like that showed him like, oh shit, that's not a normal thing to think. That's not how all of us is out here acting. No, you stingy motherfucker. No. Telling some bitch you didn't put in on this bottle. Duh. That you've been around the club culture for 40 years now. You don't know who puts in on a bottle? Because I'm gonna be honest with you, there's probably 10 niggas in his section who didn't even put it on the bottle either, but they're still drinking. I'm just so confused. I was so confused, and I thank God Mano and Fabulous, I think that was Fab I saw, held that nigga accountable in that moment, because no, we want women in the sections. He said, you're not about to fuck up my shit, because if I was to agree with you and all the bitches, well, I'm sorry, not bitches, all the women saw this video, they ain't coming to my section no more because they gonna think I'm like you. Yeah, no, hold your friends accountable, please, because men like Jim Jones, all they need is one yes, and they're gonna keep being ignorant.
That's one. That's one. That's one.
When did nightlife turn into a boys' club? Can the ladies get a seat. No, bitch, you ain't put it on this bottle. What? Fuck you talking about? 800 a bottle of Rose, ho.
My bad. You sending the wrong message out there.
I'm just joking. I'm just joking. I can't joke.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Ladies, drink over here. Don't do that. Don't do that. Do not do that.
Whoa. It's not a reflection. This is not a reflection of me.
My section is female friendly.
Jim Jones was not joking. He was not joking at all. When they ask who gonna be the boys, who gonna be the men, this is exactly what they're talking about. When I get a sneak peek of someone and their character, like things start to make sense. Like now it starts to make sense why Chrissy got on her knees and proposed to that man. He's the baddie in the relationship. I kid you not, if he was surrounded by more men who thought like him, he would have never said he was joking. If you let men speak long enough, they'll snitch on themselves.
When did nightlife turn into
So that has been circulating on the internet today. You got all of these women that are up in arms about this. And here's my opinion on this, right? So I get why Mano was like, what? Whoa, hold on. I get why Fab was like, hold on. Because on the one hand, it's like, if we in the club, we want women to come around. If we got a section, if we got a VIP section, we want women to be comfortable coming over there. Because we not going to the club for no dudes. That's not why we going to the club. That's not why we in the club. We not in the club because we just want to hang out with dudes. We want to hang out with some chicks. I remember coming up, if me and my homies went to a club and there was nothing, there was mostly dudes in there, we'd be like, yo, where the women at? We ain't trying to be up in here with a bunch of jawheads. So I get that. But even though I fully understand that, I understand the fellas, I understand his homies looking at him sideways like, bro, you tripping a little bit. But at the same time, you women got a lot of nerve. What do you mean? What do you mean? If it wasn't for those men checking him, he would have thought that was cool. Thought what was cool? Because even though I agree that if you're in the club, you do want women to come around, but you know the type of women you want to come around? You want grateful women to come around, not entitled women. Not women like you weirdos on the internet that think just because a man bought a bottle, he has to give you some of his damn liquor or champagne or whatever. Do y'all notice how something that small they can be outraged about? I mean, just hold on. Let me play it again. Let me play it again so you can get an idea of what I'm trying to say, because it's the audacity for me. It's the entitlement.
Brittany, I hate to tell you this, and you ain't gonna like.
It's the entitlement for me, bro.
When did nightlife turn into a boys' club? Can the ladies get a seat. No, bitch, you ain't put it on this bottle. What? Fuck you talking about? 800 a bottle of Rose, ho.
It be labeled with
My
my
bad,
spots.
my
It be labeled with my
bad.
spots.
You said it wrong, man. My bad. I'm just joking.
When we say hold other men accountable, this is the shit that we mean.
Hold them accountable for what? What are they? I get why we as men, see, amongst us men, I can say to my homie, yo, you kind of tripping a little bit. Because we definitely want women in the section. But why are you women speaking on this? Like, with all due respect, shut the hell up. Why are y'all speaking on this? Don't nobody owe you? Don't nobody, why do you think that whenever a man has something, you're automatically entitled to it? And when that man shows that he doesn't like the fact that you feel entitled to it, you think other men is supposed to check him about that shit. That's like if a dude is I remember one time I was at this bar, right? Shooting pool, whatever. And I ordered some chicken. And this one chick that I knew, she came up there and had a nerve to put her dirty fingers in my chicken to eat some chicken. She didn't ask me. None of that. I'm at the table. I'm at the pub table with my homies. She walks up to the table with her homegirl and she's like, ooh, chicken. And she just picked up a piece of chicken and started eating it. And I looked at her like she was crazy. I'm like, who raised you? And she thought I was wrong. Like, it's this thing where women think that they are entitled to everything we have. And it's like, I didn't necessarily agree with what Jim Jones was saying, but these women with their takes on this pisses me off, fam. Check him about what? That he didn't give your bum ass some free shit? Because this is what he said. He said, no, you didn't put in on this $800 bottle. And your response is, see, that's what we be talking about. Because men like Jim Jones, if there wasn't guys like Mano to check him about what? So if you went to his section and he had an $800 bottle and you had your cup out and he said, nah, you didn't put in on this, you think his homeboys is supposed to say, hey, man, you tripping. That's a female. Give her some free champagne that you paid for. It's like, yo, you think just because he has champagne and you walked over to his section, you're entitled to his champagne. You have to pay for sections. So you come over to the section, and instead of you being grateful if he allowed you to sit down, instead of you being grateful if he allowed you to have some champagne, you're going to the section thinking that what? Just because he paid for a section, you get to sit there? Just because he paid for alcohol, you get to drink it? You got a fat ass. Did he get to rub on it just because you got one? You got breasts. Do he get to squeeze them just because you got them right there? And I know some of you going to be like, oh, come on, Angry Man, you tripping. Am I? Why is it if I have something as a man, you as a woman think you're entitled to it? I can't do that. If you have something as a woman, that don't make me automatically entitled to it.
We're not saying that you got to go out here like Superman or Batman and just start fucking men up everywhere you go who are just rude and disrespectful. No.
How is he rude and disrespectful for not giving you his shit? How is he rude? If Jim Jones got a VIP section and you walk your ass over there, you and the rest of your herd, and he like, nah, baby girl, you can't sit over here. How is that disrespectful? Because you didn't get what you wanted? How is that rude? Because he didn't do or acquiesce to whatever the fuck you wanted him to? Boy. Woo! That shit burns me up.
You can gently hold your friends accountable just like they did, because Mano was absolutely disgusted, but he pulled it back because his face looked at him like, nigga, what the fuck are you talking about? But he came back and was like, no, we want women in the section. And that, I understand that Jim Jones would have never switched his answer up if they didn't react like that. But the fact that they did react like that showed him like, oh shit, that's not a normal thing to think. That's not how all of us is out here acting. No, you stingy motherfucker. No.
Stingy. See? You know the only people that ever complain about other people being stingy? Broke ass bums. You ain't never seen no rich man complaining about somebody being stingy. You know why? Because he can buy his own stuff. I mean, just think about this for a second. You got women literally walking around here thinking they supposed to get shit for free from men. And when men don't give them said shit for free, they're calling these men rude and stingy and selfish. Because they won't give you something for free. Because they won't fund your lifestyle. You show up to the club, you can't afford no section by yourself, so you want to pretend that you're a superstar by using your looks or your boobs damn near popping up out your dress or that super low skirt with your bottom hanging out of it to get to his section, knowing full and well you ain't got no intention of coming up off of no goodies. So you basically false advertising. You trying to show off something so that you can get access to the section so you can sit over there and pretend like you balling when you ain't got no intention of doing nothing except being a parasite and mooching off of somebody that do got some money. That shit is crazy. That shit is crazy when you really think about it. And they literally are making videos to complain about a hypothetical situation of them not being able to sit in his hypothetical section and drink his hypothetical champagne. They're outraged. And I'm not joking. You have no idea how many women I've seen on the internet right now today going in on Jim Jones about this. Countless women, bro. I'm not even joking. Countless women are on the internet right now today going in on Jim Jones about this situation. And I'm gonna tell you what it really is. You want to know the real reason why every time something happens, these women got something to say about Jim Jones. These women can't stand Jim Jones. They can't stand him. You want to know the main reason? Press 1 if you want to know why these birds can't stand Jim Jones. It's because he didn't fall for Chrissy's trap. That's why they hate him. That's why they hate him. That's why they hate him. See, if Jim Jones would have married Chrissy, by now she would have divorced him and took whatever money he had. That's what they're mad about. That's what they're mad about. They're mad that he didn't marry Chrissy and fall in line with the rest of the men and do what the women wanted him to do. That's why. That's why. They're mad at that man. They're mad at that man because he didn't marry Chrissy. That's all that shit is. That's all it is. And the proof of it is this other woman right here. All right, now stop lagging. Why is it lagging? Stop doing that.
When did nightlife turn into a boys' club? Can the ladies get a seat? No, bitch, you ain't put it on this bottle. What? Fuck you talking about? 800 a bottle of Rose Hole.
My bad. You said it wrong, man.
I'm just joking. I can't joke.
Ladies can drink over here. Ladies can drink. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Whoa. It's not a reflection. This is not a reflection of me.
My section is female friendly.
Jim Jones was not joking. He was not joking at all. When they ask who gonna be the boys, who gonna be the men, this is exactly what they're talking about. When I get a sneak peek of someone and their character, like things start to make sense. Like now it starts to make sense why Chrissy got on her knees and proposed to that man. He's the baddie.
And there it go right there. Why is Chrissy even coming up? You see what I mean? Why is she even bringing Chrissy up? You know what I wish? You know what I wish? I wish that I could duplicate myself. I wish that I could make an army of me's. I say about a good million. If I could create 1 million Angrymans, I could get these women straight in a generation. Because I see women and they be talking like that and acting like that. I'll be like, there's no way. There's no way. Like, there's no way. Like, I could get that shit straightened out in no time. Like, because I be looking at them and I know in my mind, I said, the only reason you act like this is because of the dudes you've been talking to. That's the only reason. Like, the only reason y'all got that, all of that crap, that entitlement, that, ew, I could see the thing about him and he's a this. 1 million. That's all I need is 1 million me's. They wouldn't even be on the internet giving you these goofy takes. They wouldn't even be on the internet. They wouldn't even, if I was able to make 1 million me's and those 1 million me's was out here dating these women, they wouldn't even be on the internet. They'd be somewhere minding their business. That's what they'd be doing. They'd be somewhere minding their business. Like, that's crazy. Just one conversation. That's all I would need with her. Just one conversation. Because I'd be like, why do you care? Why you worried about what's going on between Jim and Chrissy? Are they even still together? Well, all I'm saying is you ain't saying shit. Mind your business. Like what wasn't you complaining the other day about your light bill? Well, what that got to, it got everything to do with it. You all up on the internet talking about other folk business, and what you should be doing is minding the business that pays you. That way you wouldn't have to be worried about your damn light bill being late and shit. And you wouldn't be hitting me up asking me to help you with your damn light bill. Bro, I would cook. A million me's would cook these women into common sense, bro. See, that's really what the problem is. If you really want to be honest, if you really want, as goofy as these women are, the problem is there aren't enough grown men out here in this world. There just ain't enough. There ain't enough of us, bruh. There ain't enough of us. These women, the reason why they so out of pocket is they so used to dealing with weak men. So when they start talking like this, because they don't just get on, these women don't just get on the internet and talk like this. They talk around they men like this before they even, they got to try it out first. They're going to say it to their man first before they jump on the internet. And when they say it to their man, he don't check that shit. He don't stop that shit dead in the tracks. He don't be like, hold on, bro. Oh, wait, what? Wait, what? Like I'll give you a prime example. Prime example, right? So my wife went over to one of her cousin's houses, right? And her cousin was married to this guy that was a truck driver, big guy too, real big guy, right? And so some of my wife's family members was over there. They was having a little get together, right? I didn't go. She went over there, right? And keep in mind, this is back when me and my wife was still just dating. We wasn't married, right? And so she came back home and she was upset. And I told my wife, what's wrong? What's going on? She was like, man, they got to arguing over there, right? And I was like, word? She's like, yeah, they got to arguing over there. And I was like, what, that upset you? She's like, no, that's not what upset me. I was like, what upset you? And she was like, when they was over there arguing, her cousin's husband, the truck driver, he told everybody to get the hell out of his house. Now keep in mind, it was his house. He paid all of the bills, all of that shit. He was a truck driver, right? He told everybody to get the hell out because they were arguing in his house. So he told everybody to get out. And she was like, I just think it was rude. Like, he didn't have to say it like that. And he didn't have to, he told everybody to get the hell out. And I just thought it was rude. And I said, hold on, let me stop you. I said, first of all, that wasn't rude. She's like, what you mean it wasn't rude? I said, let me ask you a question. I said, whose house is that? Was it his house? It's his house, right? He paid all the bills, right? She's like, yeah. I said, he got every right to tell everybody to get the hell out of his house, especially if people are in his house. If people are in his house disrespecting his house by arguing and getting on his nerves, hell, they don't even gotta be arguing. They could just be loud. He got every right to tell them to get the hell out of his house. Guess what? That was the end of that conversation. Now, see, a weak ass man because he wants validation from his woman, he'd have been like, yeah, that's messed up. He shouldn't have said that. That was rude. There was a nicer way he could have did that. You know, he could have went about that. But man, fuck that. That's his house. He can tell everybody to get the hell out if he want to. He ain't the problem. The problem is the people that was in there arguing in the first place. That's the problem. And see, here's the reality. The reality is chicks like this, they don't deal with men like that. Chicks like this deal with the type of men they can run over. I can tell, bro. I could spot that. I could spot it a mile away. I could spot it a mile. In fact, back when I was younger and I was single, I used to talk cash shit. I used to be like, yo, I remember when I was single, there'd be chicks that I knew and they be on some bullshit. And I tell them flat out, I'd be like, you lucky you don't talk to a guy like me. And they'd be like, what you mean? I said, there's no way on God's green earth that you be out here moving like that. Because I wouldn't, there's no way that I would just sit around and just be cool with that goofy shit. And I'm relentless. I'm relentless. I'm not the person that's gonna be like, I'm gonna say something about it today and then I'm gonna leave it alone. No, I'm relentless. Like this chick right here. Every time Jim Jones' name come up, I'm gonna talk cash shit. Why do you care what that man got going on? Do you like him? Do you want to be in his section? Do you want to be a groupie? Do you want to be drinking his liquor? Nah, I'm not saying that. Then why do you care, Susan? Why do you care? And her name ain't even got to be Susan. Her name could be Keisha. I'm going to call her Susan on purpose. And then she's going to be like, why are you calling me Susan? Because that's what you sound like right now. That's whenever I think of a white woman that's in everybody's fucking business, the first name that comes to mind is Susan. Mind your business, Susan. Nobody asked you, Susan. Who cares, Susan? No, not a Karen. Karens want to do something about it. See, a Karen is not just nosy. A Karen is nosy, and then they take action. See, Susan ain't going to take action. Susan just sits back, watches, pays attention to everybody's business, and then go tell everybody's business. That's Susan. This is nasty work, bro. Hold on, watch this. Jim Jones bottle. Watch this. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about.
When did nightlife turn into a boys' club? Can the ladies get a seat?
No, bitch, you ain't put it on this bottle. What? Fuck you talking about? 800 a bottle of Rose, ho.
My bad. You sending the wrong message out there.
I'm just joking. I can't
joke.
Ladies
can
drink over here.
Ladies drink over here. Don't do that. Don't do that.
No news. Whoa. It's not a reflection. This is not a reflection of me.
My section is female friendly.
Jim Jones was not joking. He was not joking at all. When they ask who gonna be the...
When did nightlife turn into a boys' club? Can the ladies get a seat?
No, bitch, you ain't put it on this bottle.
What did he say?
When did nightlife turn into a boys' club?
Can the ladies get a seat? No, bitch, you ain't put it on this bottle. What? Fuck you talking about? 800 a bottle of Rose, ho.
My bad.
When did nightlife turn?
Chrissy, please come get Jim Jones. Grab him by them little teeny little braids and get him, please. He doing too much. He's doing entirely too much. Please come get him.
I want to tell y'all right now, Jim Jones was not joking. The way his facial expression was so serious when he said, "No, bitch, you didn't put in this bottle, this $800 bottle." He was not joking. Chrissy got on one knees and proposed to that man. He was not joking. I want to tell y'all right now.
Ladies,
I want to tell y'all right now, Jim Jones was not joking. The way
ladies get a seat. No, bitch, you ain't put it on this bottle. What?
This is why, and this is a perfect example.
I want to tell y'all right now, Jim Jones.
Ladies get a seat.
Jim Jones was like, no, you.
Ladies.
So, it's giving bisexual.
No, it's giving y'all a bunch of broke bums. That's what it's giving. How are there this many of you mad that this man ain't willing to give you some shit he paid for? How? How is there this many of you upset that a man won't give you some shit for free? Yo, I'm going to tell you the God's honest truth. Y'all are a bunch of broke ass bums. Talking about it's giving pathetic.
Jim Jones was like, no, you cannot have a seat here, bitch. Me, my niggas, putting on this bottle, 800 a bottle. If you're broke, just say that. No, you cannot have a seat. Go and see your broke ass over there because me, my niggas, putting 800 on this bottle, bitch. No, you cannot sit here.
I heard Jim Jones likes a sausage party. No bottles for the girls, huh? Makes a lot of sense why you haven't married that lady yet.
When did nightlife turn into a boys' club?
Can the ladies get a seat? No, bitch, you ain't put it on this bottle. What? Fuck you talking about? 800 a bottle of Rose, ho.
I heard.
When did nightlife turn into?
Ladies do that at all. Friendly. Come over here.
And she drinking up all your Don Julio.
But the thing is this: it
really not fitting the description to be in your section.
When did nightlife turn?
At the height of my clubbing days, I probably spent about a half a ticket within a 5-year span easily at the height. And you got to think, I'm from a different club era. Like, I'm from the era where it was an event to go to the club. Like, people was actually dancing in the club. You know what I'm saying? You be politicking with a chick for the night. At the end of the night, they play that slow jam. Y'all know what I'm talking about, that slow jam.
Let me be clear about something about my clubbing days back in the day. I had one very strict rule. I had one strict rule about clubbing. No matter what club I went to, I had one strict rule that I never broke. Do y'all want to know what the rule is? I tell you what, I want y'all to guess. What do y'all think my one rule was? What do y'all think my one rule was back in the day? There it is, right there. My one strict rule: I am not buying no chick no damn drink. You got niggas talking about buying bottles. I'm not buying a drink. If I was in the club and a chick walked up to me at the bar and said, whew, oh my Lord, I'm so thirsty, I'd be like, oh, where are you thirsty? There you go. I'm not buying you no drink. Get your broke ass out of my face. I'm not doing it. Never did it. Would never, ever in a million years would I do it. Now, to all of the women that want to say, oh, see, that's an indication. That lets you know. The same way y'all going in on Jim Jones talking about that's an indication of his character. Well, guess what? I never bought a woman a drink. Ever. Ever. Oh, that's because you stingy, angry man. That's because you. Yeah, I was stingy when I bought my wife a Benz. I was stingy when I bought my wife Tiffany's jewelry. I was stingy when I bought my wife Gucci and Louis Vuitton and Coach. Yeah, I was stingy. See, this is the part that you women just don't get. You understand it when it comes to men, right? If a man is not able to get his way from a woman, in other words, if he's not able to get a woman to submit to him or to cook him food or to give him sex or whatever, you don't try to put that on the woman. If there's a man who's not able to get women to treat him a certain way, you never try to make that a character flaw of the woman. If a dude ain't able to get a woman to submit to him, to cook food for him, to have sex with him, you never say, oh, that's an indication of her character. No, you know what you say? You say, well, you ain't him. Has it ever crossed y'all's minds, to all of you bums that go to the club trying to get in for free, you and your homegirls with them borrowed outfits, them outfits that you went to the store and bought and you didn't take the tag off it because you're going to return it tomorrow and you're tucking the tag in so can't nobody see it, and them raggedy ass chancletas sliding across the damn floor like a train, you and your homegirls coming up in the club trying to ball for free. Did it ever cross your mind that just maybe you ain't her? Did it ever cross your mind that when you go over there to that section where Jim Jones is at with his $800 bottles, and he say, "No, sweetheart, you can't sit over here." Maybe that's not an indication of his character. Maybe you just ain't her. Maybe you just ain't her. Has that ever crossed your mind? Has it ever crossed your mind that when dudes don't want to do certain things for women, it ain't that they don't want to do things for women, they don't want to do it for you? Has that ever crossed your mind? Has it ever crossed your mind that the way a man treats you is not an indication of how he treats all women? It's just an indication of how he treats your raggedy ass. Has that ever crossed your mind? Nah, we know it ain't never crossed your mind because that requires self-reflection. That requires accountability. See, sometimes y'all come in the club, the reason why dudes don't want to be around you, don't want to buy you drinks, sometimes your breath stink. Sometimes your damn underarms smell like full court basketball. Sometimes you're annoying. Sometimes you talk too much. Sometimes you got a homegirl that gets on everybody's nerves. There's a whole lot of reasons. But here's the one reason and the only reason that you need to know. If you walk over to that section and the dude don't say, hey, you not her. You're not her. You're not her, and you just need to deal with that. You just need to deal with it. Stop trying to make it about his character. Stop trying to make it about how he views women. That's like when I'm here on YouTube. Every time I get into it with a woman, they try to say, see, that's your problem. You don't like women. No, I don't like you. I don't like your ass. It ain't got nothing to do with all women. It has to do with you and your funky attitude. I don't like you. You not her. You not her. You want to know why I never bought drinks for them skeezers? Because I'd never seen no woman in the club that I felt like was worth a drink. I'd never seen no woman in the club or the bar that I felt was worthy of me reaching in my pocket and spending some money. The only woman on planet Earth that I'm not related to, that I ever looked at and was like, yeah, I feel like she's worthy of me spending some bread, is my motherfucking wife. Point blank, period, end of discussion. She's the only one. If I go out somewhere shopping right now, if I'm just out and about, I'll see something that I think my wife should have. She ain't got to ask for it. I'll just buy it. I'll just buy it because I feel like in fact, the women in my life that I feel are worthy of me spending my money on is my wife and my relatives. Sometimes if I'm going to go visit my mother and my sister or whatever, I'll go by the freaking bank and I'll just take some money out. I don't really walk around with cash on me because I use cards and shit. But if I'm going up there, I'll be like, you know what? Let me just go by the bank and take some cash out in case they need some money. And a lot of times they ain't even got to ask. You feel me? But I'm not going to be in no club. And I'm going to tell you why. Because I knew back in the day. I knew for a fact there were women that go to the club just for that purpose. To get men to buy them drinks and women that go on dates just to get men to buy them food and shit. Like, I was never going to be a sucker. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I'm never going to be your sucker. You feel me? Ever in a million years. Never. Now, the same way I'm willing to buy my wife whatever, my wife will buy me whatever. Like, it's time she'll get stuff for me and I didn't even ask for it. She'll be like, ooh, look what I found for you. Or look what I bought for you. Like, look, let me tell you something. To all the fellas watching this, keep your money in your pocket. Keep your money in your pocket and don't spend your money until you find somebody that you know 100% is worthy of you spending your money. Because then you ain't going to. When I buy stuff for my wife, I don't miss it. I'm happy to buy it. I'm happy to put a smile on her face. And you know why? To all you women that's going to the club wondering why men ain't buying you drinks and all of that shit, the reason why I do all of that shit for my wife is because she is her. She's her. She's her. And you not. You not. You not her. You not her. I'm sorry, you not. Yeah, and you know one of the main reasons why my wife is her. I said it the other night. My wife literally, I've seen her get pleasure out of seeing me happy. Literally. See, women, all of you women, you want to talk about Jim Jones' character? You want to talk about the fact that, oh, he showed his character when he said, nah, you didn't put it on this bottle. Guess what? You showed your character too. Every last one of you women that's mad at Jim Jones on the internet right now, you're the type of women that use men. Yeah. You're a mooch, a parasite. You're the type of women that use men. And you get angry whenever there's a man that doesn't allow you to use him. That's really what it's about. You saw him fire back and say what he said, and you was like, ooh, he the type of dude that ain't gonna let you use him. And you immediately got triggered by it. You immediately got mad by it. You the type of women that be saying shit like, if you broke, just say that. You that type of woman. You that type of woman. You the type of woman that's always got your hand out, always want somebody to spend money on you. And that's why don't nobody do it. My wife don't ask me for nothing, and that's the main reason why I'll give her the damn world if she want it. She don't ask me for shit. She don't ask me for a damn thing. When I got that Mercedes-Benz, she didn't ask me for that car. Half the jewelry and freaking bags and all of the shit I bought her, she didn't ask me for that shit. She asked me for none of that shit. I bought it because I wanted her to have it. And part of the reason I bought it is because she don't never ask me for shit. Meanwhile, the rest of y'all, you running around here trying your best to hustle a man out of something, and you're so stupid that you don't realize if you quit trying to hustle men and just be a good woman, they'll give you whatever you want. It's like, bro, it's like when somebody, I hate a thief. It's like when somebody steals something from me. It makes me mad because it's like, bro, you didn't have to steal from me. If you would have asked me, I probably would have gave you that and some more. You had to steal nothing from me. If you would have just asked me, I'd have been like, here. And that's the thing that you women of today don't realize. Instead of trying to hustle men, instead of trying to trick men to get a couple of trinkets here and there, be a good woman to a man and he'll give you the damn moon. He'll give you the world. That's all you gotta do is be a good woman. Be a good woman to that man, and you will be amazed at what he'll give you. But no, you wanna trick people and try to hustle them out of shit. Damn, I'm getting sleepy, y'all. Let's get to this last topic. We're currently at 41 people, y'all. We need 9 more people. We need 9 more people. Damn, we on 6 hours. I didn't know I was gonna give y'all this much. Woo. I'd have gave y'all a whole lot of energy tonight. Shaq. These am. Let's get to these super chats.
It's time for the super chats.
Yo, shout out to my man Fubar. He said paper bag test is back. See, shout out to Antoine, said good show as always. Appreciate you, bro. Let's see. Shout out to Lynn. Appreciate you. Shout out to Rob. Appreciate you, Rob. Shout out to Mama in the building. Appreciate you. Mama said a good woman usually isn't in a bar, and if she is, it's with her husband. That's a fact. That is a fact. Let's see. Shout out to YCKA in the building. Said, talk that ish. My woman loves me and don't ask for nothing. I got her driving a $150K car, even though she already crashed the other BMW. LOL. Still balling, still all in. Church, she eats my drawers, and we 25 years before menopause. I'm living. Oh my God, that is freaking hilarious. Oh my God. Shout out, fam. And I know who that is too. I ain't gonna tell everybody who that is, but oh my goodness. That's funny though. Yo, shout out to Johnny. Said respect, Valdez. Appreciate you. Let's see. And shout out to Omar on the Cash App side. Said for nothing. Oh my goodness. Damn, we in it for the long haul. We in it for the long haul. We still need 7 people. Let's get to this Brittany Renner. For those of you, yeah, the wait has been long, but we are here now. We're here now. Let me pull this video up. This is just classic. This is just classic. Let me get right. Like I said, y'all, we still need 7 people. So let's get the 7. Let's get the 7. Let me pull it. Let's get it.
Speaking of like my Hooters shirts, I'm trying to see if, because this was my first job. So I hit up my old manager and I was like, hey, I'm streaming. I would love to come and work, put on the Hooters girl uniform. Let me work. Just let me stream in here. So I'm hoping that the store manager will approve it, but if not, I still want to do something in a Hooters uniform.
I'm gonna play it one more time. I'm gonna play it one more time. This is classic, bro.
Speaking of like my Hooters shirts, I'm trying to see if, because this was my first job. So I hit up my old manager and I was like, hey, I'm streaming. I would love to come and work, put on the Hooters girl uniform. Let me work. Just let me stream in here. So I'm hoping that the store manager will approve it. But if not, I still want to do something in a Hooters uniform. Speaking of like,
Here's my first question for everybody watching. Who does she think she's fooling? So we all know she's streaming on Kick. We all know she's trying to be a streamer. She's trying her best to rebrand and all of that good stuff. But she said, speaking of Hooters, this was my first job. I called my old manager because I wanted to see if I could come over there and work and stream it. That's not why you called your old manager. Who? Brittany, we can see you. Who do you think you fooling, Brittany? Brittany. Who do you think you're fooling? So number one, you had to relocate and move back to Mississippi. And let me just say this. Let me just say this to be crystal clear. And I'm not trying to offend nobody from Mississippi. All I'm saying is this. People don't move back to Mississippi. You either the type of person that's going to live and die in Mississippi, or you the type of person that got away from Mississippi. People don't go back to Mississippi. Do y'all know anybody that goes back to Mississippi? Do any of y'all know anybody that moves back to Mississippi? If you left Mississippi to go to Atlanta, New York, Los Angeles, you're not going back to Mississippi. The only way you going back to Mississippi is if you're broke. We know what time it is. You going back to Mississippi because you broke. And you not calling your manager up at Hooters because you want to do content. You calling your manager up at Hooters because you need a job.
Now, gentlemen, if you care to join me in the parlor, we will be serving white cake.
You called up your manager at Hooters. See, this is what you did. You went back to Mississippi. And when you got back to Mississippi, you said, I need a job. Let me do what I know. Hooters, Hooters, Hooters. Y'all remember Big Daddy when he was clowning? This is why this is so hilarious. Remember Adam Sandler was clowning his homeboy's fiance because she used to work at Hooters? So you went back to Mississippi because this is what I think happened. Let me get my cigar. Let me get my Angry Columbo cigar. So this is what I think happened. You couldn't afford to live in LA. So you had no choice but to go back home. You're probably staying with relatives. And they probably told you, well, you can stay with us, but you got to get a job. Or maybe you found an inexpensive place. God only knows you can find dirt cheap places in Mississippi. So you probably went there and said, I need a job. And so you went and contacted your old manager to see if you could get a job. And now you're on the stream trying to act like you didn't go to get a job because you needed it. You're trying to act like, ooh, I got on my Hooters shirt and, you know, I just want to do stuff in my Hooters shirt. Man, Stop. See, this is what y'all don't realize. She went back to Mississippi. She applied for the job, got the job at Hooters, which is why she has that crispy Hooters shirt. That ain't no old Hooters shirt. This is not no old Hooters shirt, bruh. That is a crispy new Hooters shirt. She got her old job back at Hooters. And now she's trying to save face by coming onto a stream and saying, hey, I got my old Hooters shirt on and I just want to do stuff in my Hooters shirt. So I called my old manager to see if I could do some content, if I could come over there and work and do some content. Man, who you think you fooling, Brittany? Who you think you fooling? Who do you think you fooling? I'm telling you, bro, this, I've never seen a woman hit the wall in real time like this. I've never seen it. I mean, I've seen women before the wall and I've seen them after the wall. I've never seen them when they actually were crashing into the wall. This is Shorty crashing into the wall. And by the way, you should have never brought up Akademiks. Oh my God. Why'd you bring Akademiks? Cooked you into oblivion. Oh my God. I don't know if y'all saw it. Akademiks cooked her with fresh grease. He brought up, look, let me tell you something. In fact, hold on. Let me pull this video. I'm going to show you what Akademiks said. Well, one of the things he said, because he said a lot of stuff about her. But here's one of the joints right here.
Brittany, I hate to tell you this, and you ain't gonna like this. You could learn a thing or two from Daphne Joy. Now, I'm not saying Daphne Joy is better than you. Okay? Daphne Joy is clearly
I am. I'm saying it. Look, go up here. Look at Daphne's face. Look at her face. Daphne, Brittany. Daphne, Brittany. Okay? Daphne looks like life is treating her well. Brittany looked like life is kicking her ass.
Now, like, leaned into her past. She's had a promiscuous past as well. Here's the difference, though. I think she's having a lot of success in this portion of her life after she was just on a criminal trial testifying against Diddy. And it's because she's not doing what you're doing. She's not up there being the bitter baby mama, complaining about this guy and that guy who did her wrong. She's taking whatever lemons that life handed her and she's turning into lemonade. She's taking whatever perception and she's trying to capitalize off of it. She's not like you in a hot car, mad that PJ Washington is buying his chicks Birkins, but he won't buy you, he won't buy a JanSport book bag for your son. She took lemons, she's making lemonade. That's just what it is. Another thing I think a lot of women could take from Daphne Joy, just watch how the internet, which I still think there's a perception of Daphne Joy being promiscuous, but there's subtle things that was able to get her over the hump and people starting to like her. Whether it was how she spoke or communicated, a lot of the things that when you look at Brittany Renner today, it just doesn't kind of jive well with how the internet perceives her. And if she was to compare herself to Daphne Joy, which, by the way, Daphne Joy also has a child and is also over the age of 34, she carries it much different. And maybe she was in a hot car at some point after this Diddy trial. But you know what she did? She found Big Act. Brittany, I hate to tell you this, and you ain't gonna like this.
Now, I'm glad Akademiks pointed this out. Because this gives us the perfect opportunity for a learning moment. Right? There's only one difference between Brittany Renner and Daphne Joy. Now, don't get it twisted. Daphne Joy is definitely a 304. However, she's a discreet 304. The only reason that we even know about what Daphne Joy got going on is because of the Diddy trial. That's the only reason. Daphne Joy is like the chick. I don't know if y'all remember on Entourage. Entourage, they had moved into this mansion, and next door to them was a madam. And Bob Saget used to be over there all the time. So Daphne Joy is like the chick that would be in a mansion with a madam, and the only people that come there, like Daphne Joy would be like a high-end escort. You feel me? Brittany Renner is like the chick that stands on the strip. You feel me? You know the chick to be standing on the strip and, standing on the strip or whatever, Then the dude pull up or whatever, and she lean in the car. So what you trying to do? What you trying to do? Whatever, right? And he was like, I'm trying to do so and so, and then he whip out the money or whatever. She hop in the car, and they go around the corner or whatever. That's Brittany. That's her aesthetic. I'm not saying that's what she does. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that's her aesthetic compared to Daphne Joy. Daphne Joy is like the chick where you gotta know where to go. You feel me? You gotta know the place, and you gotta be on a list, and you gotta be cool with the madam, and then you go there. You feel what I'm saying? And it's nothing but high-end women, and most of the people there are guys that are doctors and lawyers, and they go there because the place is super, super discreet, right? That's the difference, right? So because that's the difference, even though Daphne Joy has been put out in the eye of the public as far as a scandal, look how she's carrying it. She went and did an interview with Akademiks, and she was completely pleasant through the whole interview. She's not online complaining about she's not on the internet doing podcasts complaining about this, complaining about that, or whatever. She's chilling. Meanwhile, Brittany Renner is streaming, putting all her business out there, all her dirty laundry, blaming everybody, stalking PJ Washington, right? Swears up and down she left him. But if you go back and look, there's actually footage of her saying that he put her out, right? And I'm going to tell you the only difference between them is Daphne Joy is leaning on her femininity and Brittany Renner isn't. That's the only difference. That's the only difference. Daphne Joy will always be able to get dudes to spend money to be with her. She'll always have that. And the reason why is because even though everybody knows she was with Diddy, there's countless men you don't know that she's been with. So finding out that she was with Diddy and finding all of that out, it did open the floodgates. She's a steel trap. She ain't told no other business. She ain't told no. You think she don't got no other high-end clients? Because that's what it is. Let's just say what it is. You think she don't got no other high-end dudes on her roster? Of course she does. But see, Brittany, the reason why, Brittany, you messed up your own game. And I don't feel bad for you because when you were in your 20s, you were bragging about finessing dudes. You were bragging about finessing ballers. And see, that's the reason why. See, here's the thing. This is what you got to understand about being a 304, because that's really all it boils down to. I don't care how you do it. I don't care how you do it. I don't care if you own the strip. I don't care if you a renegade. I don't care if you a high-end escort. I don't care if you a gold digger. I don't care if you a chick in the club trying to sit in somebody's section and get them to buy bottles for you. All of it is 304 activity. But see, this is the thing, and I said this before, I'm going to say it again. Men do not have a problem with hoes. They just have a problem with hoes that talk too much. The reason why Daphne Joy, regardless of the Diddy scandal, regardless of the videos that came out, she will be able to continue to operate because she know how to shut her mouth. The reason why Brittany Renner is not going to be able to operate, the reason why ballers ain't checking for her, because I'm pretty sure, I guarantee you that even with her up here looking crazy as hell, even with her up there looking crazy as hell, there's still some dudes out there that's attracted to her. There's still some guys out there that's attracted to her, but you know the reason why they're not going to go nowhere near her? Because she don't know how to shut up. She don't know how to shut up. They know that if they go and kick it with her and deal with her, spend money on her or whatever, if it go bad, she's going to run her mouth. She's nuclear right now. She's toxic right now. She's desperate. She's basically like a person drowning. And anybody that jumps in that water with her, she's going to pull them under. She's going to pull them under. And for those of you that's going to say, oh, she's not drowning, man, please. She was living in LA, Atlanta. Now she's back in Mississippi about to start a shift at Hooters. I'm going to say that again. She was in LA. She was dating freaking rappers and NBA players. What was it, last year or year before last? She was on a date with Shaq. Another time she was dating Kevin Gates. And right now as we speak, she is in Mississippi, probably laid up in the bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to figure out where it went wrong. I'm going to say that again. Y'all gonna make me laugh like David Carroll. She was in Los Angeles, living the dream. She was dating ballers, rappers, NBA players. And right now at this moment, she's in Mississippi, probably sleeping in a twin bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to figure out where it went wrong. But she better go to sleep because she knows she got to get up tomorrow and take her behind the Hooters. If that ain't drowning, I don't know what is. If that ain't drowning, I don't know what is. But she played herself. And now she want to try to act like she didn't play herself. Now she want to try to act like it was all part of the plan. It wasn't all part of the plan. That's why you online crashing out. That's why you online crashing out right now. Matter of fact, let me go to Kick real quick and see if she live. Let's go to Kick real quick. Let's go to Kick. Let's see. Brittany Renner. Let's see if she even come up. she ain't even coming up. Where's your look? If you Brittany, if you are trying to stream, you got to make sure that you're discoverable. This is sad. But anyway, yo, we need 4 more people to reach our goal, guys. We need 4 more people to reach our goal. We need 4 people. We need 4 contributors to reach the goal, man. Let's see. Let's get to these super chats.
It's time for the super chats.
Yo, shout out to Xavier B. Said, Renner, you don't have to put on the red light. Those days are over. You don't have to sell your body to the night. Renner, you don't gotta put on. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Oh, that's funny. Yo, shout out to Hollow Ninja. Said Big Crit is from Mississippi and he reps it hard. He only goes out there to give back and visit family and friends. He don't live anywhere back there. She destroyed the heck out of her life, man. Shaking my effing head. That's crazy. Shout out to Xavier. Said, I never heard anyone say I'm traveling to Mississippi on vacation. Oh my God. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. All right, y'all. We about to wrap this show up. We still need 4 people. Press a 1 if you want to be one of the 4 to help us reach the goal before we shut down the show. Press a 1 in the chat if you're going to help us reach the goal before we shut down the show. We need 4 people to complete the night. Okay, I guess not. I'm about to go to sleep. I'm tired as hell, man. Yo, shout out to everybody that came through, man. I appreciate y'all for showing love, all of that good stuff. Y'all already know what it is. I'm going to get at y'all tomorrow, and I'm going to holler at y'all later. Deuces.
The session is closed. The board is dismissed.
I gave you the blueprint, now go build a estate. Stop arguing with broke, man, stop debating with fate. We don't negotiate value, we dictate the price. You watch the show for free, I just gave you a slice. But the real ones know where the equity lives. We taking everything, we got nothing to give. The manual is waiting, you know where it's at. This ain't a gamble, it's a guaranteed bet.
Build, protect, lead. Go and plant the seed. Build, protect, lead. That's the code we need. Go to the side, yeah, secure the command. The Angryman channel, the standard of the land.
TheAngrymanChannel.com.
Get the shirt, get the books.
Start watching, start working. We up.